Thank you very much, our viewers, tonight. It's another good evening, and we give thanks back to our good Lord for giving us this moment. We welcome everybody. Feel free being part and parcel to our streaming tonight. This is your host, Boniface Sogutu, and this is Azimene Zekana Forela the Fifth on Facebook, and you can equally find us on YouTube with the name of Azimio Inezekana Raila TV. Remember, you have got the freedom of sharing our program tonight. You can share it with your people here and there. And it's going to be so wonderful to see our program being shared with our people. Equally, you can join us in this streaming tonight so that we can have this program and conversation together with you, because we believe that you have got an idea of how things are happening and what you think is not what someone else thinks. So it's much more easy. You join us, and you can use our link, the link we have sent on the comment section. You can use the link in joining us so that we can have this conversation together as a family. Remember, this is Azimio family. And today we are going to talk about Treasury to expand 300 billion from budget. And the second theme will be about CBK raise rate from 7.5% to 8.25%. Thank you very much. I can see we have been joined by our brother Wiki Kingdom. Thank you for the information. Thank you very much. Welcome and feel free, feel being at home. This is your family platform. So we have had a good day today. At least we have seen a lot of things. Generali Ngure, thanks for the update. Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you for joining and being live with us. We have given you the opportunity to join us in this live tonight. You at least so that you can share with us what you think and how you see things happening. We as Azimio family, one thing that I will tell our people, number one, I'll give thanks back to everybody that voted our President Raila Amolo Odinga and our Deputy President Mama Martha Karua. Thank you very much for those that took their time and voted our Azimio family brigade. So we give thanks back. Franklin King and Teach Mayo, keep updating us though. Thank you very much, my brother. And equally, you can use the link on the comment section in joining us so that we can have a one-on-one conversation. Today, we want to talk about the expansion of 300 billion that has been expanded from budget. That is a budget of 2022-2023. And everybody, even if you can listen to people here and there, you have had a lot of people saying that they don't know why the president came up, they don't know why Ruto came up with that idea, and they don't know where that idea came from. Thank you very much, my brother Chacha. Inawezekana the dream is still very alive. Viva, thank you. Equally, you can join us and you can see the topic on below our screen that is running. So kindly join this conversation so that we can have this conversation tonight together. I know that our brother Eric Kinyo is going to join us a bit late since he's running some few things here and there. We have our brother Walter Moshi will join us too. And I believe that wherever you are, if you can see us, you can see our platform, you're free to join. You can just use the link on the comment section so that we can have this conversation together. Angel Chemu, thanks for the update. Thank you very much, my sister. And I believe that wherever we are, everybody is so much okay this evening. We give thanks back to our good Lord. And let me talk about what I think. I think it was premature for Ruto to decide and say today when he was being hosted at the parliament, when there was a joint parliament, that is both National Assembly and the Senate joint parliament, the parliament building, that expansion of 300 billion is going to be taken away. 300 billion is going to be taken away from the budget, because this is an existing budget. It's a budget that already was passed. A lot of things were budgeted for, and for him to say that expansion of 300 billion is going to happen, then that means that there are a lot of areas that we will not have equality. We have those areas that will end up by having where we'll have inadequate budget. We have institutions that will be running in loss. We have those government arenas and institutions that will end up by not having work done or work completed because the government of today decided to expunge about 300 billion from the entire budget. So number one, we need to ask ourselves a very simple question wherever you are. If you're joining us, thank you very much, and you can join us. You have the opportunity to be part and parcel to this conversation tonight, and you can see our topic of tonight. So it's going to be much more easy if we get to have this conversation together, and I believe that it will be much more okay if we get together and then have this conversation together. So what I was saying is that number one, we need to understand and get to know what was the total budget of 2022-2023 financial year. And then from there, it's when it's going to be much more easy for us to be in a position to understand if this much has been taken away from the budget, what is remaining in the budget. I think that is where we should start from. And wherever you are, if you think and feel that there's something that you want to share with us, it's going to be much more okay, so that we can have you and in our conversation. I can see Vinwa, Lisa, Chacha Hampton goes you are an assassinist. It's okay. Thank you very much, my brother. Equally, use our link on the comment section so that you can join us. And I know and believe that we are going to have this conversation together. It's going to be the best conversation out of all. And I believe that we'll get to educate ourselves more, and we'll get to understand a lot of everything that is happening in our country today. So as I was saying earlier, that we need to understand what was the total budget. If 300 billion has been expunged from the entire total, so what was the total and what is remaining as per of today? So if we can get to understand that, at least we'll be in a position of having this conversation much more when we have what we call facts before us, and that is where we are heading. If you think and feel that you are in a position to have this conversation with us, kindly just use the I have shared the link with you on the comment section, and you can use the link in joining us tonight so that we can have this conversation together. I can see Maurice Sunday. Maurice Sunday, thank you very much, although you have not written anything, but it's okay. I know you can write another comment and it will contain something that we can read, and you can equally share with us your idea, what you think, and that is how we are going to educate ourselves. So up to this moment, I will say that on my end, I don't think as if it was a good thing for the government to do what they did. So, and you know, that speaks a lot and that tells us a lot. So where we are, we need to be in a position of getting to understand more. And that is the reason why you have heard me saying that we need to understand how much was our total budget. And from knowing the total, we need to understand what was the total budget, and from the reduction, how much is going to remain. And we need to understand if the remainder of that budget will enable us to be in a position of running, having the day-to-day runnings of the government, which is the most important thing in our government. So kindly, you can use the link in the comment section, and it will be much more okay if you can join us. And I believe that it will be much more well, because at least we'll be in a position. We have our brother Luca and Tiang. Ruto will now still director from Kenyans. My brother, that is, at least you have said what I wanted to say later. That is it. Our brother Eric Roberts. Thank you very much, my brother. I know that you are joining. I can see a confused government about budget. They should tell us which ministry will be affected. And that is the reason why you see that saying that at least someone, we need people that budgetary variations are allowed. Mtetezi wa wasiojiweza, budgetary variations are allowed. But you know, these I think it will be prudent for you to join our live, my brother, so that we can have you on the bench, and at least it will be much more okay, so that at least you can get to expound more, because since it's like you know more about it, and since we are here to educate ourselves and get to know and understand more, I've sent our link on the comment section. You can use that link in joining us, so that at least we can give you that platform. And I believe that you're going to share with us more. The government of today, in good faith, I don't think as if they're out to make sure that we have the rightfully what we need to have before us. And that is the reason why I am saying that I don't believe that the government of today is doing the right thing. If the government of today was doing the right thing, then I believe that something that they were to do, they were to give us much more into detail what is happening, how things are happening, why are they doing this. And you know, when you give reason into detail, it gives us much more opportunity to be in a position of getting to understand. Inawezekana, the dream is still very alive. Thank you very much, my sister Angel Chemu. Our Azimio family, kindly, you are free to share our program, share it with your friends, share it all over, so that at least we can give those that are not with us, or those that will watch later, opportunity to catch up and at least get to understand our conversation. But tonight, I am waiting to see if our brother Mtetezi wasiojiweza will join us, so at least we can be in a position of having this conversation, because we would love to have this conversation where we get to understand a lot of things. How much was the total of the budget? Apart from that, we need to understand after the expansion of 300 billion, we would like to understand how much in totality is the money that is going to remain from the public coffers. We need to understand that. And apart from that, we need to be in a position of getting to understand too that after all that has been done, and the money that is going to remain in the coffers, what is it going to do, and what are the affected areas? Which area is going to be affected, and it's going to be affected in which way? So our Zimio family and our brothers from Kenya Kwanza, you are free to join us tonight. Join us so that we can have this conversation together. And I know and believe that we are going to be in a position of getting much more to teach ourselves and getting to understand a lot. So tonight, I'm going to request our people to kindly stay with us, join us, so that we can be in a position of getting to educate ourselves and getting to understand more. But that can only happen immediately you have joined our streaming tonight, our program. So remember, I have our brother Aziz Tarik. Niko tuned, pole kwa kuchelewa, kawaida nawakilisha Baba Rao Elret, niite Aziz Tarik. Aziz Tarik, my brother, thank you very much. Karibu. I can see we have our people that have shared. Kindly share that so that it can reach a wider audience. And I believe that in the next coming few minutes, we are going to be joined with a lot of our brothers here and there, including our brother Eric Roberts. Remember, he's part and parcel to this program, and at some point he do run it. We believe, and I can see there's a comment, and my brother is saying that variation is fine, but from already planned budget is tricky. Thank you very much, my brother, for enlightening us about that. They should focus on how 2023-2024 budget should be done, because already ministry and counties had already planned with current one. And that is the reason why I was asking what is going to happen to a lot of the, there's something that we don't understand. The budget that was made was a budget that was trickled to various ministries, various institutions, including counties. What is going to happen to those counties? What is going to happen to those ministries, those institutions? So this is something that needs our input, and so that we can get to understand it more. And I believe that soon we'll get to understand it more, because in this forum we are here to get to teach ourselves and understand how the country is being run. And that is the reason why you can see on the bottom of our screen we have got our topic of today, which is Ruto to Treasury. Ruto has ordered Treasury to do expansion of 300 billion from budget. That is the first one. Second one is CBK raises rate from 7.5% to 8.25%. Now, if we leave the expansion of 300 billion, where are we going as a Kenya? Where are we heading to as a Kenya? Apart from that, if we ask ourselves a very simple question, when we have raised our rates from 7.5 to 8.25% as a country, is our economy going to flourish? Are we going to grow, or we are going much more to have a country where no one will have no voice tomorrow? So these are the things that we need to talk and discuss. But as per now, it's okay. You can join us and you can be part and parcel to our discussion. Equally, if it's not possible that you join our streaming, our live streaming, so that you can be part and parcel to the conversation, you can use the comment section and write us what you think. But I would love that you be part and parcel in joining us. One thing that I want to tell our people, that the direction where country is heading is not the right direction. And remember, my first question was, if we have done a deduction of 300 billion from our 22-23 budget, how much was the total budget? How much has remained? And the remainder of the money in the budget, which part of that money is going where? And what part of money is going where? So these are some things that we need to understand, and we need to get to understand more. So I just believe that someone will just get the time and join us, so that we can have to get to understand this more. But I don't concur with our brother that have said that it's possible we just do variation, because an existing budget, that means that, and this is what he said that budgetary variation are allowed, no problem, are allowed, but are we still going to have those institutions that had planned themselves, that had started taking a lot of projects here and there? Are we still going to have them undertaking those projects? are we still going to have the very, very same things that we need before us happening? So it's something that needs our input, and wherever you are, if you are in a position, you can join us, and you can join us by using the link on the comment section so that we can have this conversation together as a family. Remember, you have the opportunity and you have the freedom of sharing our conversation, our program with your friends, your people, your contacts here and there, so that at least you can, when you share the program, you give them the opportunity to be part and parcel to this streaming. And I believe that we will and we are growing together. So up to this juncture, the question that I was asking was so simple. 300 billion have been removed from the budget 2022-2023. How much was the total budget? This is something that we need to ask ourselves. From the total budget, how much is going to remain? After the remainder, how much is going where and how much is going where? Because we don't only do the budget, and the budget gets not to be allocated to the concerned, and more so in various counties, ministries, institutions, and all that. So there's something that we need to understand. And I believe that when, and if you join me, we will be in a position of getting to understand it more, since we will be conversing this all together, and we'll have a lot of knowledge more than what we have now. So there's this that we need to understand. This one, let me see this one. This is Uganda, and this is not Kenya. I'm trying to see if I can get hold of information about our Kenyan government, so that at least we can share it with our people, can share it with our family. Kindly use our link on the comment section so that you can join our stream, and so that we can be in a position of getting to understand and converse together. And you can see our topic of today below the screen. Equally, if it's not possible for you to join our live streaming and being at the panel, you can equally use the comment section in writing what you think. We'll read it out. If it's a question, we'll see if we got an answer for it. So let me see if I can get this information and share with you. Just a moment. And I believe that we are going to be in a position to get to understand this more. We have got what we call policies. And remember, I've been saying on this platform that I don't know what policies that are being used with the government of today, but I would love to understand. I would love someone to take us to speed so that we can be in a position of understanding what absolutely is happening, because we'll be in a position of getting to understand more on what is happening within the government. Since I asked and I talked to a lot of people during the evening, and everybody was like, we can understand what is happening. I can only wish that my president, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, got to or could have been the president, so that at least by now the Kenyans could have been enjoying. This is a total con from the government of today, and what they're doing is not right. What they're giving us before us is completely opaque, if I'm not wrong, because you can see that from day one, what they've been doing is to work as if there are people that are kind of confused, and that doesn't gives us a good scenario before us. And through that, I think we don't see this government performing. Even if we give this government 100 days, coming days, it will not perform up to the expectation of anybody, including expectation of a cat, that cat or a dog that is being reared as a house pet. The government of today will not live up to expectation of anybody at all, and through that, this speaks a lot for us. So there's a lot that needs to be talked about, and there's a lot that needs to be put in place. I think and believe that this is the government that needs, I think they need to go for some classes so that they can be in a position of understanding that the job that is before them. You know, if someone wakes up in the morning, you add the rates, you add the rate on from 7.5% to 8.25. It speaks volume. So where we are heading as a country is nowhere. Let me repeat that again today. Where we are heading as a country is nowhere, because if you see now the raise on the budget, rates from 7.5 to 8.25, then that begs a very simple question. That is where now we do ask ourselves very simple questions. So what is happening? Because we can't get to understand what is happening. But if someone that knows what is happening can join us, at least I believe and think that we'll be in a position of understanding. Because where we are so much blank, and we can't get to understand what is happening completely. Government, it's like this government is so confused. They don't know what they're doing, and I think I will recommend that uh, they go for some orientation. I think they will be in a position to understand much more, because if in the very same budget that 300 billion have been expunged, you know, of 544.4 billion, the money that was meant to further improve education sector. So if you remove 300, you do away with 300, it's like you are taking from 544 the money that was supposed to improve the education sector. They are going to remain with 244.4 billion only. So what they had planned for education, there must be something that has to be worked, has to be reduced. So it's something that it needs our all input. Klabuda Kinuthia very much, niko set kama sura ya Azimio family, naona bado hii serikali ni promise after promise, bado wa campaign za double speaking. And if anybody followed what was happening, thank you very much, my brother Kinuthia. If anybody saw and followed what the proceedings at the parliament, you will agree with me that Ruto, when it was his time to speak, I think the Kenya Kwanza and Ruto still thinks that he's still campaigning, because there is no way you can promise people. There's no way you can promise people when you are campaigning, and also you promise people with propaganda. Then immediately you get to the seat, you still use as promises, which are still propaganda. So as a country, where are we heading? You know, now that is the biggest question that I think people can be asking themselves here and there. I can see Real Max, nice one, bro. Thank you very much. Let me repost the link so that you can join our conversation. We would love to listen to what you think, how you see things happening out here. Equally, thank you very much for joining. And remember, we have a YouTube account. You can join our YouTube, you can subscribe so that we can grow. Kindly, our Zimio family, if you are watching, kindly join our YouTube. You can subscribe so that equally we can grow our YouTube. And our YouTube is called Azimio Inawezekana Raila TV. Kindly get that opportunity and join, and you can share with your people so that they can join too. You can invite your friends to join and follow us on Facebook, Azimio Inawezekana for Raila the Fifth. Equally on YouTube too, you can invite your friends and they will join us. Use the link on the comment section so that you can join our conversation, and I believe that we're going to have this conversation together. So let me proceed with what I was saying. When our budget was being read, oh, that was I can't figure it nicely, but I believe was it May or was it June? We had proposed allocations. We had proposed allocation amounting to 12 billion that was to cater for free education. We had allocation of 2.5 billion for recruitment of teachers. We had 64.4 billion for free day secondary education, including insurance under NHIF for secondary school students. We had 5 billion for examination fee waiver for grade 6, class 8, and form 4 candidates. And we had 1.96 billion for the school feeding program. So after the expansion of the 300 billion, what is going to happen to such programs? And that is the reason why you had me telling you that we need Ruto was supposed to come forth with the detailed document, speech in a document telling us that our total budget was this much. We are going to do away with 300 billion. The remainder of that money, which is going to be this much, then this is what we are going to do with it. This is how it's going to go. So before even we go much more deeper, yes, you are going to do away with 300 billion. What was the entire budget? What are the sectors that are going to be affected? These are things that someone needs to come forth and discuss with us. So if you go much more deep, you will come to realize that allocations of funds were done here and there. Further, there was allocation of 1.2 billion for training of teachers on competency-based curriculum, CBC. And there was 310 million for the digital literacy program and ICT integration in our secondary schools. Yeah. There was a 4 billion allocation of 4 billion to support transition from primary education to junior secondary education under competency-based curriculum, CBC. The money was set aside for construction of plants and to support schools' infrastructure development and ensure safe learning in our schools. Proposed allocation of 2.8 billion for primary and secondary school infrastructure and 1.8 billion for construction and equipment of technology training institute and vocational training centers. Further, 1.1 billion was set aside to increase the access and improve the quality of technical and vocational education training sector under East Africa skills transformation and regional integration project. So I was just taking you through that so that you can understand that the budget was already a budgeted money. there were sectors that this money were being allocated to. And that is the reason why we need to understand the money that is being done away with from the budget, which is totaling to 300 billion. Where is this money going? We need to understand where is this money taken. We need to understand. Now we need to understand where this money is, where the affected ministries, the affected counties, the affected institutions, the reason why they're doing away with the scrubbing that the allocations. So if you come on public, on air, and you state to us that we are going to do away with 300 billion, and you don't say to us much more into detail where this money is going to the affected institutions and ministries, counties, then you're leaving us at a point of wondering. We end up by asking a very simple question, Rob. Do we have a country? And if you have one, are we being led in the right direction? And if we are being led in the right direction, why all this confusion? That is another thing that we need to get to understand, because we can't be having all this confusion over nothing. So, our Zimio family, thank you very much for joining. You can use our link that is on the comment section in joining, so that we can have this conversation all together. You can join us. You can join the program. Sorry, you can join the program so that we can have this conversation, also one-on-one. Number two, if it's not possible for you to join, you can use our comment section in telling us what you think, giving us your idea and how you see things, and we will appreciate a lot. Equally, you can share our program with your friends, with your contacts, and I believe that we'll grow much more together when that is happening. So remember, you can equally subscribe and follow us on YouTube, and our name on YouTube is Zimio Zakana Raila TV, and equally on Facebook, you can invite your friends so that they can follow our page too. And I believe that we are going to grow together. And in Facebook, our name is Azimio Zakana for the 5th. So wherever you are, you have the freedom of sharing. Kindly share with your people. I can see it has been shared nicely, but you can continue sharing so that we can reach the wider audience. And you know, when you share, you give our brothers that are not joined us and are not with us and not watching now to be in a position to even tomorrow catch up with us. And I believe that we'll get to understand more. This platform is where it's a platform where we get to teach ourselves and get to understand much more. And that is the reason why we are asking a question. Why is it that we are having a government that is so confused? It's so happening, and it's not easy for most of us to get to understand what is happening. You know, we had in the very same budget, we have a lot of allocations and proposals of money. Like, for example, we had 294.7 billion that was proposed and allocated to Teacher Service Commission. That was now on the Teachers Service Commission. We had another 91.2 billion for university education. You can remember that these were all allocated, and you know that money it reflects on the budget. Now they are doing away with 300 billion. So what are the affected areas? At least we need to understand that. We had addition of 15.8 billion, the money that was proposed and allocated to higher education loan board. we had 6.8 billion for Kenya Secondary Education Quality Improvement Project. We had another 5.2 billion capitation for TVET student TVET. Further, we had 527 million that was set aside for technical, vocational, educational training and entrepreneurship. Another additional of 971 million for promotion of youth employment and vocational training. Another 323 million for national research. So you ask yourself a very simple question. If, for example, let us say that education sector is among the sectors that have been affected by the expansion of 300 billion, what is going to happen? What about those that had budgeted and had planned and a lot of things had been put in place, and now you are telling them that your budget is going to reduce, and there are a lot of things that they will not be in a position of doing? This is something that I would love we all get together and get to understand. Our Azimio family members, there's something that I came to realize. Let me break a bit and say this. There's something that I came to realize, that when we were using the older platform, we used to get a lot of requests, those people that wanted to join us. But since we got this new platform, which is the best and better platform that we can have, you see, at least we have advanced a bit. We are getting no requests, those that want to join us. And it's so much more easy for you to join. It's so much more easy. It's more easy for you to join so that we can be in a position at least to have this conversation all together, and we'll be in a position of getting to teach ourselves much more. We have a comment from Madorispa CD, anasema kisichokuwa cha halali. Let me tag it on the screen so that we can read it together. Thank you very much, my brother or sister. Kisichokuwa cha halali huenda hivyo tu. Hata mtoto anapozaliwa na kasoro huishi, hawezi fanyiwa vibaya, lakini matendo huwa si kawaida kama wengine. Tafakari hilo au fumbua hilo. Thank you very much, my brother or sister. I love this. When we say that we are having so far we have a failed system with the government, number one. Number two, we have a confused individuals running the government, and that is the reason why we are seeing a confused government today. We can see that the government that we are having is a government that is not thinking beyond. I don't know who are the people that are at the helm of assisting this government in coming up with the policies, but if at all we have those people that are at the helm of assisting this government, then I think that those are quack. They have taken quacks as professionals, and quacks are the people that are assisting them in driving this government. Equally, my sister Madarispa CD, you can use the link and join us so that at least we can get to talk more about this, because since I can see you have a lot of insight. And remember, expansion is being done, reduction is being done on the budget up to amount up to 300 billion, sorry. Now, on the very same day, CBK, Central Bank of Kenya, is raising rates from 7.5% to 8.25%. So you ask yourself a very simple question: where are we heading as a country? And I want to say something. If Ruto and Gachagua have realized that they are not in a position to lead this country, the best thing they can do is just to resign. We have someone who is competent enough to run this country. we have someone that, if given opportunity today, will have a second world country instead of have over, because we are being told each and every day of our life that we are having a third world country. And why is it possible that we are sticking at the third? Why is it that we can't move? It's possible we elevate ourselves from a point to a point, but if only we have someone that have got this country at heart, someone that thinks beyond himself, because what we can see, we have those that only thinks about themselves, and that is now where the problem is. So where I am now, I don't think as if it's so much okay for us to say that we have a country. We have a, even if we will say that we have a country, truth be told, the country that we are having today is a country that doesn't want to see us advancing, and that is now the problem. I would love to be in a point and be, I would love to see this country coming from a point, yeah, and we getting to grow. With this one, there is no growth. So there's nothing that anybody that can make anybody be happy. So if Ruto and Gachagua feels and thinks that if they see that running the government is not easy for them, I think it will be much more prudent for them and okay for them to resign, so that the country can get to the rightful owners, those people that will invest, that will work things that will promote the real wananchi. These are the very same individuals that said that, you know, we are going to see and work with our mama mboga. Today, our brother from Kisii County at least told us, and he took us through. He took us through in understanding about the government is, and you know, now that speaks a lot. So through that, it tells you that we have a government that is not so much more ready. Yeah. And if the government is not ready, then what else do we have? Yeah. That is something that we need to ask ourselves. What else do we have before us if they're not ready? What is going to happen to us tomorrow? It's something that has to scare everybody. Because with what I'm seeing, truth be told, it tells me a lot. So we need to get to understand what is happening today. We need to get to understand where we are heading as a country. Yeah. So with all of everything that is happening before us tonight, we need to get to know where the country is heading, and because of that, it's going to be much more easy for us to be in a position of getting to know where the country is going to head. But we have a confused government. That is something that we can't close our eyes about, because it has not been easy for them, and you can see. Yeah. So my brothers and sisters, wherever you are, kindly, you can join us. You can join our platform, and I believe that we're going to have a conversation, one-on-one conversation. I believe that we are going to be in a position of, we're going to be in a position to talk and see much more of what we need be in a position of joining our live program, so that we can be in a position to understand much more of what is happening today, and that is the reason why we're here. So I will say that without missing my words, kindly try and be in a position to join. You can see we have our link on the comment section, and tutasema ni asante sana. So join so that we can have this discussion and conversation together. Kindly Equally, if you're not in a position to join, use the comment section in joining us. And I think and believe that we are going to be in a position to have this conversation, and it's going to be beneficial to us. Oh, nchi ya Kenya. At some points, you end up by lacking what to say, because during campaigns, at some point, your mind could have told you that, according to how these people are talking, these people know what they are saying. And if these people get that opportunity, if they can be given an opportunity to get at the hem of the power, these people will lead nicely. It's different what we are seeing now. I don't know if I'm the only person who is seeing this. I don't know if we are all in a position to see this. So it's kind of confusing. The government itself, it's confusing. So it's not easy. It's not easy at all. Yeah, it's not easy at all. I only want to say that I believe that our people are going to be in a position to join the conversation tonight, so that at least we can have this conversation together. It will be much more okay if we join this conversation together. It will be much more okay if we get to share and we get to hear from you, from your end, because it's not easy what is happening today for us to say or to turn our back over at all. Today in the parliament, those that followed today's streaming at the parliament, it was from one promise to another, and that makes us ask a very simple question: Are we still in campaigning mode? Are we still in campaigning periods? And if that is not the case, then what is happening? Someone needs to tell us what is happening, so that we can get to understand where we are heading as a country. Yeah, because it's something that needs our input, and with that, I believe that we'll get to know rightfully where we are heading as a country. So my question is so simple: why is it that we are still in the mode of giving people promises, and yet the promises that we gave during the campaigns, none has been taken care of, none has been worked on, none can make anybody happy? So I think that we should be in a position of having this discussion together, and we'll be much more educated, since we are here to educate ourselves. If you think and feel that you're okay, you can join us. Kindly use the link on our comment section in joining us, and through it's going to be much more okay for us to be in a position of conversing together. Thank you very much for those that have joined and those that are going to join us later. Be rest assured that this is the only platform that we have, and through here it's much more easy for you to get to discuss what you think, how you feel, and see things should be. So feel free to join. Use the link on the comment section. But what I was saying is this: the government of today is a government that it's a confused government. It's the government that nobody can be in a position to trust. So kindly be in a position to join us, so that we can get this conversation all together. And I know that it's going to be much more easy for us to get to educators so easily and nicely soon. Kindly use the link on the comment section, and I know that we are going to be in a position of getting to understand more of what is happening today, also on our day-to-day activity. But we have a confused government. That is what I can say. I don't see anything changing. and I don't expect anything to change. And that is the reason why I've been saying that you can equally wait for the next coming 30 years, but it will not be easy and possible for anybody to see any change or anything good coming out of this government, because we have a government where the only best of what can happen is them thinking about themselves, them seeing that the only best that can happen before anybody is them. That is where we are, which is so much bad on our end, because we will not grow as a country. And when we will not grow as a country, that tells you that a lot of things are going to happen. So if you ask me, I will tell you that the government of today is a government that doesn't want good for his people. And that is the reason why you can see we are having what we are having today. So wherever you are, our viewers, kindly you are free to join. You are so much free to join. There's a link on the comment section. You can use the link in joining us. Tonight, I know and believe that we have our brothers that are joining us too in a few, and we'll have this conversation together. I believe and know that we'll get to converse more. But right today, it's not possible and it's not easy for us to have this conversation, because you equally get to not to understand what is happening. We have a government that wakes up in the morning. They tell you that the only best thing that they want to happen, like now, let's ask ourselves a very simple question. What do we need before us? Yeah, what we need before us is a government that will entirely work for us, a government that will make sure that everything is okay, a government where policies will be made, a government that will, when coming out with any announcement, they will come out with detailed announcement that will make us understand what is happening entirely, not this half-baked information, and information that you're being told that, we are adding prices of things, we are adding the rates, the rise of rate is going to happen, or Mara, we are going to do away with this amount from budget, an already planned budget, a budget that has been in an existence for about how many months now? Because about 2-3 months. So we have those institutions, ministries, countries that had planned what is going to happen to them. This is something that we need to get to understand more. And we'll only get to understand this more immediately we get to know what is happening. But if we continue having a government that is not sharing with us what is happening, then I don't see us having anything before us. I can only see we being at a position of not understanding what is happening, as you are confused, is equally as I am confused here, and is equally how other people are confused tonight. So we need to get much more deeper into seeing on how we can get our people, and our people can be in a position of doing what, of being at a position of getting to understand. And that is the reason why I was saying that you can use our link in joining our program, so that we can have this conversation. And I know and believe that we are going to get to somewhere. The government of today is so confused. That is number one. We can't disagree about that. And if you think that and feel that you want to disagree with that, no problem. Use the link, join us, tell us what you think, how you see things, share with us. We'll be in a position of listening to you. Number two, If we can be in a position today where the only best of what happens is that a deputy president comes up with a document, they read, and the entire document gets promises. They promise the first thing to the last thing. What are we having before us? What are we trying to share with our countrymen? Do we have the country that we need to have before us? If the answer is yes, then I think that we are in the wrong country, because it can't be possible that when we were campaigning, we promised people. Right now, we're still promising people. It's something that needs to get beyond that, and that is the reason why I'm saying that we are in a confused government, and the only best that can happen to us right now is that they need to come out clear more so to explain a lot of things that we are not understanding. And if not that, then I don't see us having a country that we need. Because ask yourself a very simple question: what is the country that we need? The country that we need is a country that will enable us to be in a position of getting to understand how things are happening, number one. Number two, to have a mature system before us, a mature system that will enable us to have everything before us. When I say everything, I mean by having a good economy, prices of a lot of things, commodities trickling down. Right now, you can see where the prices of fuel are. You can see the prices of a lot of things. So it's something that is so much more huge for us. And I think I want to add a video of Ruto speaking so that we can get to understand what he was saying and how things are. Just a moment. Just a moment. I want it to so that it can. Just a moment, our viewers, and thank you. Following the 2009 general elections. It's important to know that we have made I don't know if the sound is okay, wherever you are. I don't know if you can listen to it. Congratulate all of you for your election, the national election, and the the confidence demonstrated by someone to share with me if he or she can listen to the full volume. If the volume is okay, kindly. For overwhelming confidence of members to preside over the respective houses of parliament. I also congratulate members who have been elected to parliamentary positions and wish one of you wisdom, strength, and success in hearing our legislation. We gather here on the transit side of a constitutional election where we all came with a turbulent energy of political competition that characterized our youth and brand of democracy. To be this election, both as we I'm so sorry, our brothers. I was trying to play this video, but I'm being told that there's no clear, there's no clarity from it. More so, there's no sound, and there's no uh, there's no sound, and there's no video motion on it. But one thing that I would love to share with you is that on today's statement that was given on a joint house that was at State House. No, sorry, at the Parliament. It tells you. Let me proceed and read one of the comments coming from our sister or brother, Immaculate Kuto. Immaculate Kuto, I think you can see that we have sent a link, so it will be so much prudent for you to join the conversation and at least share with us, because I can read your comment guy. Kwani kuna nini hapo tena? Si mimi nadhani mambo ya Azimio ilikwisha kitambo, kwani hii serikali wako na rais ya kila mtu. Yawa, turidhike na serikali yenye tuko nayo. Mungu alitupa kiongozi moja mwenye ni rais wa Jamhuri wa Kenya. Hongera Ruto. And you know what you're saying is right. Let's agree with what you're saying. But can you kindly just use our link so that you can join our conversation also one-on-one, so at least so that we can be in a position of you come and explain to us, because we would love to understand why is it that until to date he's still promising things. Why is it that until to date he has got a government that is not straight, also with policies? The government of today is a confused government, if you ask me. And the reason why I'm saying this is because the government of today is a government where the only best that is happening is that you find an individual coming to the public, they does the reading, when they're done, then they call it a day. For example, the 300 billion that was being pumped from the budget, the entire budget, you know, at least someone needed to elaborate it much more deeper in telling us that, you know, the 300 is being taken away from this institution, that institution, from this county, blah, blah, and all that. And number two, the money that the affected institutions, this is what is going to be alternative to them. And when you just only tell us that we're going to do away with 300 billion, you don't break it much more deeper. Even if you want, we call you president. Some of us, most of someone like me, I will tell you, Immaculate, that my president is Raila Amolo Odinga, because he's the only person that I believe on, and I believe that if only he could have been in that power right now, he could have done a lot of things we could have been seeing. Hata hii unga saina inaenda kule mbinguni, bei ya hiyo unga ingekuwa inarudi chini, mafuta pesa yake inaenda kule mbinguni, bei ya hiyo mafuta ingekuwa inarudi chini. A lot of things across the board. You take your time. You can see we have a raise. Yeah, CBK just decided to do a raise of rates from what point? From 7.5 to 8.25. There's a serious difference in between. Why are we having a raise today? You know, number one, this government told us that because we have a serious good number that are youths and they are unemployed, the first thing that this government was going to work on was to see that everybody is employed. Because if you get everybody to be employed, everybody is doing business, they will have that circulation of money. People will have their money within their pocket. It will be so much more easy for people. Even if you give us this raise, we'll be in a position of seeing on how we can maneuver. But right now, tell me what's going to happen to Mama Mboga. Immaculate Kuto, kindly, you have the link on the comment section, and I think I can resend it so that you can join us. I would love you join us and share with us this, not only in writing. Kindly share with us this on equally into when you can, if possible, you can be live with us, so that at least we are going to give you that moment so that you can explain what you think and how you see things running, because on our end we don't see anything. Na hii ndio sababu mimi nasema kama Rao ndiye angekuwa president leo, kila mtu angekuwa na smile, hatungekuwa na hizi vituko za hapa na pale, hatungekuwa tunaona hii confusion nzima. Yani muko immaculate, muko confused, ni kama nyinyi ndio opposition. So now if you are saying that jamhuri wa Kenya tuko na rais anaitwa Ruto na unasema ongera kwake, kindly come on the panel, explain. We only need to understand something. Yes, so for us to call someone a president, you can't be presiding over nothing, and you can't be presiding over people, and yet you take those people or as someone else. It's not possible. Some things need to be changed here and there, and that is where we are today. If something doesn't come out, thank you very much. I can see my brother have joined. Thank you very much. Oh, no. Thank you. My brother Eric, jambo.
Jambo sana, Ugutu.
I was forgetting that you get direct access. So I was trying to add you. Kumbe mimi I'm removing you. How was your day, my brother?
Yeah, my day has been good.
Yes.
Yeah, though a little bit tired.
Yes.
Yeah, in Kenya you need to wake up and do something.
And do a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You can see the conversation.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm grateful to be here.
Yes.
Yeah, as per what I have seen, I think today is the day Ruto was in Parliament, of the 13th, addressing the 13th Parliament, and he contemplated a lot of issues. Like, there is one issue that first, before even I touch to the topic, about the NSSF and also NHIF. NHIF already, the 12th government, the Parliament had already done a lot about it. And now we're in 13th Parliament. Do you know, saying that people to save by the virtue of what he's saying, first you need to create an environment where people will have enough money to spend and to save. No Kenyan that don't like saving. We Kenyans, we love to save, but what are you saving? And that's why I'm saying the savings now goes, the retirement savings sometimes will only appear in the civil servant, the people who are employed by government, or maybe the parastatals, the people who have got the retirement benefit. But for mwananchi loko mwananchi wa kawaida huku, huyo mtu lazima akuwe amepata pesa enough, because most of the public, we normally operate with what we have in a daily basis. People, we normally do our budget, monthly budget, and you find at the end of the month, you have settled all your scores, but you don't have anything to save. So I think for savings, it goes to the people who are employed, the civil servant, because the money is deducted before even you receive that money, and you don't feel whether something has happened. But for a normal person who is not employed, he or she count every single cent every day, and that's the reason saving to NSSF, it's a little bit hard. And another thing I want to say, also, as people save, in SSF the money are being spent ruthlessly. Pesa inatumika vibaya sana. You find like they have we have the contribution of 14 billion, then they spend 6 billion on expenditures. Now what is that? So we really need to know, as we go to save to NSSF, does it add up? Is our money is safe there? You understand? Because there is no need we save 2,000 shillings. So, and people need to understand the scheme, the, the mind behind this scheme Ruto is trying to push. It's about what? People should ask themselves, is it that Ruto wants NSSF to people to save a lot of money so that he can have money to use? You know, those are the things that we should be asking. Because the more amount of money we contribute in NSSF, the higher the expenditures will go up. So the people should understand that if now we are contributing around 14 billion and they spend like 6 billion on expenditures, half of the savings. You understand? So those are the things that people we should be aware of, na tujue if we are safe on that direction. Another thing, you know, he just talked about a lot of things, and I was really shocked that today in my lifetime is the time that I've noticed that in Parliament we had, it was like a church. We had the clergy; they were full there, and they took a long time praying. And you know what we need is work. Before we used to have only the two clergies or three: the Muslim, the Christian. They pray, then the work starts. You know, and I keep on saying we are overdoing this thing. We are overdoing about the Christianity thing, and I don't think someone can pretend for long. You cannot pretend for 5 years. That's one thing people should understand. This is a PR that will just go for only a few months. When people get used into it, also they will forget about it and life will go on. This is just a PR. So let us not take it serious. Now, let me talk about the topic a little bit. You know, I keep on saying that government are very wise. They know how to operate. The government will come on one side, the fuel goes down. On the other side, the lending rates goes up. So you will be getting the cheaper fuel, but if you borrow, the rates are high. So already you have paid for the loss in the fuel. So people should understand most of things that are how things are happening. Now you see, Ruto said that the Treasury, he wants the parliament and the Treasury to organize Expange 300 billion from the remaining 500 billion to finance fully the 2022-2023 budget. And I keep on asking, that is like cutting a piece of your body. Now, what we want to know, which piece will it be cut off? Is it hand? Is it leg? Is it toes? Is it ears? We need to know which piece in our body will be not there, will be cut off. So we have to think 300 billion, which activities in the government ministries will be stopped. So that people, and you know, the 2022-2023 budget already was planned. That's why it's a budget. It was planned and it was worked on. The counties, they knew what they are supposed to get. The national government, the ministries, they had already planned and started even most of the project, and they are underway, waiting for the remaining fund. So how How will it be done? The variation can be done, but variation will always be done under ministry. Do you know how? The Treasury will not do a variation for the budget that has already been placed. It shows that there is a piece of body must be cut off, and that's why we really need to know which part of the body is that. Because the only people who can do variation is the ministries, and they will do variation in one way. We have a contract with someone. He has done point A to point B. As he continues to point C, something we want to change the contract because the contractor is not delivering the way we want. We do a variation of that point from point B to C. That's the only variation that we can call a variation. What has been exceeded. Now, this is the budget 21, 2020, 2022, 2023, and it was budgeted for and approved by the president. And everything was at cost. Now, we want to wait and see which part of the budget will be expunged. Will the 200 billion remaining or 300, will it be enough to finish the work that was to be done with the 300 billion expunged? So we should understand on that. Another thing, let me just talk a little bit about the rates on CBK. I think few days ago, I said that on Thursday, and today is on Thursday. I think it was when? On Monday, I think it was Monday, I said that on Thursday, the CBK is raising the rates.
It was on Monday.
And you have seen now, today's on Thursday, they have done it.
Yeah.
So, what are the effects? You know, people will not understand the effect. Do you know why? The only person who will understand the effect is the person who will go to borrow. Is the person who will understand the effect. The local mwananchi here will not understand because that one will only affect the borrowers. And once the borrowers are affected, if they are rendering services to a mwananchi, a local person, then a local person now will end up by feeling it, because if I used to lend a service to you at 3%, you will find that it's now raised to 3.1%. That 0.1 is the one that will make a local person now feel. So people I like telling people, never ever think that if the government add taxes maybe to places that the only rich people access, don't think that the rich people will be affected. No. Every rich person cannot make his own wealth from rich people. They need a local mwananchi to assist them. In terms of what? I have a company, an oil refinery, I produce oil. I don't sell oil to rich people. I sell to even a local kiosk. It goes down to the local kiosk. So that chain changes everything. So for the rates, and things still are going on changing. We're expecting even KRA anytime soon to do some changes on manufacturing. You know, these are
my brother Eric.
Yeah.
I think KRA at some point, which day was it? Was this 6th day? Or robbed this government? Was it 4th or 6th day when they gave a circular in the morning indicating that they will be adding their rates they will be adding on exportation and importation, they will be adding 3. And effect, it's being effected from 1st October.
Yeah, 1st October, yes.
So 1st October is when?
I think on Sunday or Monday. I don't know.
Yeah. So it's just tomorrow.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say here, we should look at our point. We have a lot. We have a lot in the shelves that need to be discussed about and that need to be resolved in this nation. And you know, the only way to do things is to make sure people understand the magnitude and the impact of what may happen. Kwa hivyo Mr. Ogutu, our life in this country lies in terms of financial lines in the government of the day. And there is one thing I'm saying, you know, and you will come to understand. You know, I heard Ruto say that now he is proposing that the ministers should be going to parliament to answer questions. And let me tell you, the ministers now, that's a good fight. For that one, I say it's okay. Because now, you know, most of them, they say that for them being in the parliament to be asked questions, it will seems like they are criminals, like they have stolen something. So they don't want that. And let me tell you, you remember before it used to be a committee. Now it will not be a committee. You will be going to parliament, like the way you remember in 2007 to 2013, the prime minister used to go to parliament. You remember?
Yeah, I can remember.
That's the system. And do you know that the bigger problem I'm seeing here? It will be chaos because most of the ministers that Ruto had, the nominees that Ruto has now, they are the people with equations, and they will mess big time. They will have to go to the parliament. And don't think the way the parliament, the UDA people are together right now, in 100 days, they will be the same together. No, 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 no. As the days goes by, they will go seeing different things, interest. Because there is a certain place we will come to, you find, I thought my interest will be served here and it's not being served. You understand? So they start pulling back. Those are the things that we should understand about the ministers going to parliament to answer the questions. For that one is okay. In any government, I will support. In any government, I'll support. Another thing, he said that he wants to put a kitty for senators so that they execute their mandate well. So I'm asking, which kitty should senators be given? Now you see, you reduce the budget from their side, then you put it on the other side. What have you done any remedy? No, there is no remedy there. Because you see, we want to cut off the budget to 300 billion. And at the same time, you want to give the Senate a kitty to facilitate them to execute their mandate, which I'm very much concerned about. You want to say that for the previous two houses in Senate, they didn't execute their mandate. You know, now this is service of interest that you want to do to Senate, and it will bring a lot of problem between Senate and the National Assembly. It will. So I think, Mr. Ogutu, we have a lot and we need to check deeply into what is happening in this regime that we have now. Thank you so much. I can give you a little bit of time as you continue. I'm just around. Is that I'm doing something. Nimefika tu saa hii, so I'm doing something. So don't worry, I'm around.
Oh, My brother, umesema ile ukweli yenye hakuna mtu mwingine anaweza sema. Mahali penye tumefika kama nchi ni venye tu mimi, ni venye tu kulingana venye kila siku mu husema that it's high time we come out and start putting the government on tour. And why do we need to put the government on tour as early as today? Because the government of today is a government that has got no respect to us as the taxpayers and the residents of this republic. This is a government where you will find out that they'll decide to come way out with the statement that is incomplete. Like in when that the entire of his statement, he was reading his statement, you could add him giving promises from one promise to another. Now that begs the question of, are we still on the campaign period, or are we past? And if we are past the campaign period, why do we need to be giving our people promises here and there, since that should be passed to us? So, my brother, there's one thing that, and then there's another thing that we've again talked about, which touches on wananchi kukosa kufikiria that the rate rise will only work against those people that are into business, more so wadosi na sio wao. But one thing that I want to tell our Kenyans, that mahali tumefika kama wa Kenya, we are all in this mess, and this is a serious mess. Hii mess haiko kidogo. Mahali penye imefika na hata ni sisi ndio tunaumia. If you ask me, I will repeat that. The reason why nasema hivyo, because you will come to realize that what is happening today, it's something that it has got no proper planning. What the government is doing today, it's like government has got no proper planning before them. And that is the reason why you can see, number one, they are giving confusing statements, conflicting statements. They are giving not completed statements. Actually, they are coming out to confirm to us that the government, they are confused. The government is equally confused as they are. And over the same, that is the reason why I will say that if Ruto and Gachagua, they are feeling the heat, and the heat is so much on them, and they're realizing that it's not possible for them to run the country, then it will be so much more okay for them to resign. So at least we can have those people that can run the country, those that knows where what exactly needs to be done, so that the country can be on the right direction, my brother. Because the direction that we have taken today, it's not the right direction at all, 100+%. We can't be in a country where you promise to give people good life and you have started immediately you get into power. You start by giving those people hard life. The first thing that you start with doing. Yeah. You can't be promising people that I'll see on how your affairs can be taken well care of. Instead, you get into power, you forget about the affairs of those people that those that elected you. So in totality, my brother, mahali penye hii nchi imefika ndio tuokoe nchi leo. For us to be in a position of salvaging this country, then we'll just need to be in a position of doing what? We'll just need to be in a position of assisting this country, but by doing what? By making sure that the first thing that happens, that these people, they only, because that is the best thing that can happen, they resign, so that at least we can get those new people that will know on exactly what needs to be done, so that at least from there it becomes much more easy for us to know exactly where we are heading as a country. Because right now, including you yourself, you can ask yourself this very simple question of, where are we heading as a country? Which you will not get that answer. Because where we are heading as a country is not before us. completely 100+%. We have those that are confused at the helm of the power. The best of what they are doing is out of order. Yeah. So if today we need to be at a point of realizing and knowing that there are things that can be done, and there are things that, if done, will salvage the country, will salvage the economy, will work nicely for the mama mboga, for the border. You know, I feel so bad. I feel so bad that our brothers and sisters, our mothers, were cheated at. My brother, I feel so bad about that. I only wish that I could have been in a position of rectifying 1, 2, 3 things. But since I am not in a position, let me tell you, there's nothing that gets to my neck like just knowing that someone somewhere decided now to cheat on the people that were not supposed to be cheated at. Nobody can feel good about this. Yeah. So if only we can be in a position of realizing and understanding that this government needs at least to work on some things that will make us have the country that we need. At least we'll be in a position of getting to understand that this is the best of what we need and not what is happening today is what we need before us. Up to this juncture, I think that at some point I wanted to share a video of Angelo Jacob speaking to us, Ruto speaking to the parliament, but it wasn't possible then. I think right now we'll try to see if we can get it. I want to play that video so that at least we be in a position of discussing, so that we be in a position of discussing something that we understand all together, because I know that not all of us that had the opportunity to view the video and all that. Yeah. But, and that is the reason why I would love that we be in a position to view it and at least be in a position of understanding more from it. But one thing that we need to get rightfully is that this government, what these people are doing is completely out of order, completely 100%. And I am ready to repeat that. What the government on the day is doing is completely out of order. It's something that can't and will not make us have the best of what we need before us. Because what we need before us is, number one, creation of how can we make money. You know, we have been saying that President Uhuru Kenyatta did bad. Well and good, he did bad. But why don't we start by doing good, we ourselves? We are in a position where he was at some point. So we need to be in a position of doing things that will not just come out, things that will look as if we are all confused. And that is exactly what is happening. So before I mince my words, and I want to state it categorically, that what we need today is the best out of everything. And if that can't happen, then I'm telling you for a fact, Kenyans should expect more of suffering tomorrow. Things might not happen today, but tomorrow we might end up by finding it rough. Very, very rough. So rough in a way that will not even come into understanding. Yeah? Into understanding of what is happening. Yeah. And we can all get to understand that what is happening today, it's something that can't make anybody happy. I am trying to see if I can get, let me see if this is the video, then we proceed by it. If it's not, I'll get to see if I can get it. No. It's not the one. Sorry. It's not the one, sorry. Let me see if I can get the video. Kole. So sorry. Video file. No, I've realized this is addressing the nation on what? Kilimo Kunge. Sorry, so sorry. Just a minute, I think, and believe that I'm going to be in a position of getting exactly what I wanted to play, and we'll get to play them. But what is happening in this country today? It's unbelievable. We are at a point where this country looks as if we are all becoming visitors, and that nobody was born or is part and parcel of this country. And that is the reason why you can see I'm getting much more worried on the day-to-day happening. Oh, my brother Eric, can you kindly proceed a bit? Let me see. I want to get today's Ruto speech, so that we can play that video, so that at least we'll be in a position of discussing on exactly what other people to, because I know, since these people saw our victory, our Zimio family members have not been in a position of even watching their TVs and watching news. So I want at least them to request them to watch, so that we'll be in a position of understanding what exactly is happening. Kindly, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we need to be conversant with what is going on, and I'll say this once more. The time of politics ended in 9th of August. And right now is to do a scrutiny, because nothing now can be reversed. Is to do a scrutiny on what is going on and what the government ought to do and their plan. So we really need to understand more things, so that we don't complain in the next 5 years again. So that by the end 5 years goes, people should have known a lot, and people should now make the decision rightfully. Because if we don't understand right now, follow the government what is doing, in the next 5 years, we are going to make the wrong decision due to lack of knowledge on what the government has been doing. So we really need to understand and do a follow-up to the government, so that we don't regret in future. And Kenyans might take like 5 years like a small thing. In suffering, even 1 week it's enough. So you should not wait to suffer any longer. So everything should be checked on. The government must be checked on, and everything should be on the book. And I'm foreseeing a situation where Kenya are so comfortable. Most of Kenyans will be so comfortable. They don't care. We don't care whatever government want to do, let them do. And we have this narrative of saying that the government will not bring me food on the table. Yes, they will not bring you food on the table, but you are going to be affected in one way or the other. If the government doesn't bring you food on the table, then plan yourself to buy unga at a higher cost, plan yourself to buy cooking oil at a higher cost. Literally, everything the cost will be raised. So that's why you should be concerned about the government. Because let us not sit down and say that the government will not do me this, will not pay me this, will not pay me this. No. The moment the cost of things are raised, expect for you to feel the same. Ogutu, I hope you are fine now.
Yeah, I'm fine. We can continue if you allow me.
so that your glory may fill our nation. Lord, protect them, all these your servants, together with their families, from any danger that may befall on any one of them, and from any other agents that distract their leadership dispensation. Almighty God, we pray for the speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, and members of the National Assembly and the Senate. We thank you for the just laws that the last parliament passed during their term, and pray that these laws will be used to promote justice in our land. May you endow our members of parliament, current 13th Parliament and Senate, wisdom as they debate and formulate new laws. We pray that your Holy Spirit may suppress them in all selfish desires, both personal and party-driven, that often lead to subjective legislation that in the long run hurt our collective dreams and aspirations as a nation. We pray that you stir up them to be sensitive to your will as they discharge their duties. We ask you, O God, also to look after our judicial system. We continue to pray that Kenya will uphold justice as a country that observes the rule of law. We now pray for the judiciary and its officers, that the executive, as they execute their mandate, they will always strive to ensure that justice rolls on like a river that never falls. May you, in your mercy, remember the Chief Justice, Mother Koome, her deputy, Philomena Mwilu, and Judicial Service Commission, judges of the Supreme Court, judges of the Court of Appeal, judges of the High Court, and magistrates across the country. We thank you for these your servants and ask for godly wisdom on them as they interpret laws and pass judgment in seeking to settle disputes, that they will always be directed by truth. May you keep them away from evil forces that are bent on compromising their independence and professional conduct, so that justice may prevail at all times, regardless of the state of the persons involved. May you fill them with the spirit of boldness, so that your name may be glorified. Through Jesus Christ our Lord, we pray. Amen.
Ashirangai Baba. Amogra yoga la galada ngop. Negra galurangai na saba na shuna yota galua alari ko nilang. William Samuel Ruto. Mara ninya alari ko nilang. Ola sojira ninye. Yo mo liyanga yang. Tama yana nijangai. Veri gore nyabo ogin. Imisani. Angaya na saba na shu. Tara maraba ogin. Rubunga yosa na rani. Ola sojira ba ogin. Amuya na shoy na rigore. Jo mero bige. Jo rigi yore sidai. Jo yo mero rigore sidai yola rodian. Amuya lobe nyo ba ogin. Nerigi yo mero rigai nit. Nerigi yo kangai ranjabai. Angaya na saba na shu. Iro yo lorong anak. Angaya na saba na shu ay golang. Pemero mana neme barungani. Amu mbana yelo olonga nyora kala. Angaya na saba na shu jerigi yore sidai. Longari rimbogin. Nigi jarame rame lonage. Enao monanga maasai. Meraba irano olonyi bor. Naba yana koi merek. Meroro bilo. Ena kutuken kiteng. Meroro bilo. Eno olori ele modindar. Meroro bilo ana laragwa. Lele badun. Eme shibu ana ngonya kwa angariak. Merale ngana olari. Meroro bilo ra. Erigora ange kenya ndoberari. Mera hiroba ogino logon. Endo rigi yore sidai. Endo rigi yore sidai. Endo robilo na bogin. Endo robilo. Ronya raigin olari yoling. Amen.
Your Excellency, the President, the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members of parliament, invited guests, you may now take your seats.
Thank you, sir.
Order, members. Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Honorable Moses Wetangula, EGH MP, Honorable Members of Parliament. Article 132(1) of the Constitution of Kenya requires the President to address the opening of each newly elected Parliament. By a letter, reference number OP/CAB.26/417/Volume 1, 38, dated 21st of September 2022, His Excellency the President notified the Speakers of Parliament of his intention to address the newly elected Parliament on Thursday, 29th September 22, in the National Assembly Chamber, Parliament Buildings at 2:30 p.m. Accordingly, and pursuant to Article 132(1)(a) of the Constitution, and further pursuant to Standing Order number 24(1) of the Standing Orders of the Senate, by Gazette Notice number 11266, which was published in the Kenya Gazette of 22nd September 2022, I gave notice of this joint sitting to all honorable senators. Honorable members, this joint sitting is therefore properly convened. I thank you.
Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, the Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Right Honorable Amason Kingi, the Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, EGH, Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court of Kenya, Honorable Members of Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Article 132(1)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya requires the President to address the opening of each newly elected Parliament. In this regard, pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(1)(a) of the Constitution and the provisions of Standing Order number 21 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, and by Gazette Notice number 11265, which was published on 23rd September 2022, I gave notice of this joint sitting to the members of the National Assembly. Accordingly, honorable members, this joint sitting is properly convened. Your Excellency, it is also custom of Parliament to recognize invited guests seated at the Speaker's row, the public servants' bench, and the Speaker's gallery. I therefore wish to recognize the following guests who are seated in the Speaker's row. Her Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, and members of the First Family. His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, Deputy President of the Republic, and Mama Pastor Dorcas. We are also pleased to host the former Vice President of the Republic, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, EGH. Also in the Speaker's row this afternoon are former Speakers of the Houses of Parliament, the Right Honorable Justin B.N. Muturi, my immediate predecessor, and the Right Honorable Governor Kenneth Lusaka, EGH. Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize the chairperson of the Council of Governors, the Honorable Anne Waiguru, EGH, who is the Governor of Kirinyaga County. Also present is the Honorable Johnston Sakaja, Governor of Nairobi County, the Honorable Martine Moshisho, Chairperson of the Deputy Governor's Caucus, who is the Deputy Governor of Kajiado County. Also in the Speaker's row is the Honorable David Maraga, EGH, former Chief Justice of Kenya. I equally recognize one George Luchiri Wajakoya, who was a presidential candidate in the last general election. Your Excellency, last but not least, allow me also to give a special mention of the Chief of the General Staff, General Dr. Robert Kariuki Kibochi, and the respective service commanders, the Deputy Inspector General of the National Police Service, and other leaders of our disciplined forces that are all seated at the bar of the House. We remain grateful for their distinguished service to this nation. Honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces to address this special sitting of Parliament. I thank you. Your Excellency, please address the joint sitting of the Houses of Parliament.
Asanteni sana, tafadhali tuketi. The Honorable Speakers of the National Assembly and Senate, Honorable Members of the National Assembly and Senate, by the grace of God, it is my pleasure to address this inaugural session of the 13th Parliament following the August 9th general elections. It is important to note that we have made very positive progress. This Parliament has recorded the highest number of re-elected members of Parliament ever. In the National Assembly, a record 193 members have been re-elected, 50 more than were re-elected in 2017. While in the Senate, 17 senators have been re-elected. This confirms the increased confidence of the people of Kenya in their leaders and institutions, affirming the maturity of our democracy. Another milestone is the election of women legislators elected into single-member constituencies. In this year's election, 29 women were elected members of the National Assembly, 6 more than were elected in 2017. This is a manifestation of the growing confidence in the contribution of women leadership in decision-making, in our governance, and in our political institutions. I am certain that this positive trend will continue into the future. It is also instructive that the same confidence in Parliament has been shown in the executive. In 2013, the President was elected with at least 25% of voters in 30 counties, 34 counties in 2017, and 39 counties in the just concluded elections. Again, further demonstrating the deepening pluralism and inclusivity of our democracy. I therefore take this special opportunity to congratulate all of you on your election in the last general election and the subsequent nominations of our nominated members of parliament. The confidence demonstrated by Kenyans in us and our institutions should inspire us to raise the bar in our service to the nation and accountability to the electorate. It is also my singular honor to congratulate our speakers, the Honorable Moses Wetangula and the Honorable Amason Kingi, for overwhelming confidence of members to preside over the respective houses of parliament. I also congratulate members who have been elected to parliamentary leadership positions and wish each one of you wisdom, strength, and success in steering our legislative affairs. We gather here on the tranquil side of a competitive election where we all came to grips with the turbulent energies of political competition that characterize our uniquely Kenyan brand of democracy. It is true, this election was an intensely contested election. Nevertheless, that it was peaceful and democratic again confirms the coming of age of our democracy. I submit to you that the fact that the election was so close is an indication that what unites us is always much more greater than what divides us. With the support of Kenyans, we have dislodged ethnicity as the central organizing principle of our politics, thereby retiring for good the ethnic mobilization and personality cults, together with their culture and practices of exclusion, discrimination, patronage, tribalism, and nepotism. We took this assignment further with a paradigm shift of issue-based political leadership anchored in credible platforms, feasible programs, and transformative commitments aimed at positively affecting the well-being of all Kenyans from the bottom up. In summary, and this only happens, by the way, in Kenya, the sitting deputy president became the candidate of the opposition, and the leader of the opposition became the candidate of government. And as things would be, the opposition candidate won the election and became president. And the president became the leader of the opposition party. That's the beauty of our democracy. And it only happens in Kenya. In the process, we also affirmed the sovereignty of the people of Kenya as the ultimate decision makers as envisaged in the Constitution. I promise to lead an administration dedicated to the just and fair government of all Kenyans in order to deliver a Kenya for everybody. I commit to be the loyal, hard-working, devoted president of every Kenyan, and my administration will serve all without regard to any distinction, real or imagined. Certainly, service delivery under my administration shall be impartial, regardless of political affiliation or voter preference. Kenya is our home, and we remain united as one strong family. For these reasons, I want to persuade you that the legislative agenda I stand here to prosecute deserves the bipartisan support of this House. My administration is pursuing a transformational program that offers a uniquely all-Kenyan moment, which calls for unity of purpose in the legislature. We are committed to serving all Kenyans in all wards of each constituency and all counties in every region throughout the Republic of Kenya. After all, we all serve the same boss, the people, and their sovereign interests are our operating principle and purpose. I will run an administration that is open, that is transparent, and my administration will rely on oversight from this House to make sure the public gets value for every cent invested in every policy, project, and program. Consequently, I ask Parliament to consider a mechanism in the standing orders to facilitate cabinet secretaries to articulate government agenda, explain policy, and answer questions on the floor of the House to enhance executive accountability to the people of Kenya through their elected representatives. On this matter of oversight and holding government accountable, my administration commits to restore the place of Parliament in our democracy by respecting the autonomy and oversight authority of Parliament on the executive. Equally, I am a firm believer in democracy and the rule of law. That is why my first executive action when I took office was to undo a legacy of acts and omissions that had incrementally undermined the independence of the judiciary. For avoidance of doubt, the judiciary is an arm of government just like Parliament, and my administration will be intentional in respecting the constitutionally mandated systems of checks and balances. It is in this spirit that I will be seeking additional resources to support the bottom-up scaling of justice and empower the judiciary to acquire capacity and develop the infrastructure needed to more efficiently adjudicate and expeditiously conclude corruption cases, commercial disputes, and all other matters that today are a huge backlog on the judiciary. Honorable members, to implement the pledges and commitments set out in our plan, my administration is committed to investing in the requisite enablers and infrastructure to provide a sound foundation for its execution. These are interventions intended to create a conducive environment for effective, efficient, and sustainable realization of our national transformation. We are on a mission to dramatically scale up productivity in agriculture and make sure that every Kenyan farmer, fisherman, and pastoralist contributes to sustainable economic growth by contributing to adequate and affordable food, generating greater incomes, and producing the raw materials required by the agro-industrial and manufacturing value chains. This will boost Kenya's export performance and create millions of jobs. Consequently, we have been deliberate in our efforts to restore sanity and introduce greater responsibility in the management of public resources. One significant intervention is the resolve to abandon consumption subsidies in favor of supporting and investing in production. This is why We have made available fertilizer to our farmers at cheaper rates of 3,500 per 50 kilogram bag, down from 6,500. We are exploring further mechanisms to bring these prices down. We have an obligation to redeem our pledge to our small traders, the hawkers, the mamambogas, the bodabodas, that every person who sells any good or service gets to work and earns a decent livelihood enough to place them on the path to wealth through saving and investment. The hustler economy has to flourish and form the foundation of broader economic transformation while catalyzing the widening of the national revenue base. Our agenda here is to take necessary measures to create an enabling environment for business people to thrive and decriminalize enterprise. Affordable credit makes a huge difference in the rate of business growth. Access to affordable credit is like a magic formula. The current Credit Reference Bureau approach of blacklisting debtors is zero-sum, punitive, and has arbitrarily locked millions of business out of the credit system. It is time to shift the formula to a credit scoring system which allows lenders to apply customer segmentation and at the same time end the stigma of blacklisting. We have held productive conversations with operators of the Fuliza and M-Shwari platforms on the modalities of reducing their lending rates. I am happy to report today that yesterday, our engagement finally culminated in undertaking by the platform operators to reduce the cost of credit by 50%, and this is a significant step towards unlocking billions of shillings needed to spur economic activity by once again expanding financial inclusion. My administration will allocate resources every year to the Hustler Fund, from which micro, small, and medium enterprises can access affordable credit to start and expand their businesses. I promised yesterday that we will leverage on technology in the management and disbursement of these funds. And shortly, we will be bringing to this House the legislation and the regulatory framework to operationalize this fund. There is tremendous opportunity for this House to fully take up its role in resolving the systemic issues of limit to access affordable homes and affordable financing. This administration will unlock housing for the nation by doing a couple of interventions. Number one, we will work on the provision of land for affordable housing, both public and private. And number two, we will provide access to affordable and stable financing for those engaged in social, affordable housing across the country. These two measures will allow us to undertake mass housing production and thereby shape our approach to urban development and spatial planning, which, unlike before, will deliver sustainable and inclusive human settlement. I also wish to express our intention to bring to this House legislative proposals to provide framework for a housing offtake plan, which will create incentives for developers to invest more money into our housing strategy and on the strength of guaranteed offtake of completed units. To actualize the enabling infrastructure, we intend to take the following steps. A public-private partnership funding framework is envisaged for large capital projects. In order to achieve our target of raising access to water from the current 60% to 80%, Kenya shillings 500 billion is required. Government can provide this gradually, but the private sector can mobilize it all at once. We will thus adopt a public-private partnership framework by entering into water purchase agreements with investors. I have already instructed the PPP unit at Treasury to work on the regulations that will facilitate the mechanism like we have in our energy sector for investors to work with us on a formula under a water purchase agreement instrument. This way, we will achieve water for all in less than a decade. Concerning electricity, we shall facilitate the development of innovative and effective modalities to provide better off-grid systems, including enabling consumers to form small cooperatives for that purpose. And in health, we are bound by duty to take measures to make universal health coverage a reality and liberate Kenyans and their families from the threat of harrowing poverty that stalks them every time a family member falls seriously ill. In our plan, and through your support, we will restructure our primary health system so that we put more resources into promotive, preventive, and early diagnosis. A key driver of this realization is the National Health Insurance Fund, whose restructuring is not only necessary for efficiency, but also enables it become a fit-for-purpose social insurance scheme that caters for all, including those suffering from chronic diseases. Digital technology has become a critical player in economic growth. We will capitalize on existing technology.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. Welcome. Karibu sana.
Thank you, my brother.
Jacqueline. Karibu sana. I think the video will go, the clip will continue later. Let us
Yes.
get the opinion from the new panelist so that we can continue. I think Jacqueline is on the phone. So, Jacqueline, can you hear me? I think he is on me. Yeah. He is on our call, so maybe we can talk a little bit as we. You know, Mr. Ogutu, as you have seen, if you have heard what Ruto has been saying from that video, you can understand. You know, so sometime, you know, now the work should now. Let me say the running of the government has started officially today. But as it starts, he had already made a lot of mistakes before, and which we want to see whether gonna be rectified or not. So for that purpose, I'm sure by next week when House, when they do the committees and the work starts, I hope now we are going to understand how things will work. Jacqueline, are you okay now? Okay, unmute. Hola. Okay, Jacqueline, welcome.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Yeah, just as you can see on the bottom of the screen, that's our topic today. But also, you can come in you can give us your opinion regarding the today's 13th Parliament, so that we understand more. Karibu sana.
Asante. Aha. Okay, mi ni maoni yangu. Okay? Mnanipata?
Yeah, we can
Yes?
hear you. Yes.
We are
Mi kwa
listening.
maoni yangu ndio nimeingia sasa hivi. So maoni yangu, Ruto hajafanya vizuri hapo. Angesubiri kwa sababu niseme hivyo. Kitu ya kwanza hajarudisha bei ya unga, hajaregesha chini, mafuta bado iko pale pale. Angesolve hii problem ya kwanza ndio aanze kwanza. Why Ruto ana nini vitu zake anaelekeza hivyo mbio, na hapo mahali penye Ruto ameelekea, mimi venye naona kwa maoni yangu amepotea kabisa, na amepotea. Sijui kama unasema vibaya.
No, you know,
Yes.
your opinion is accepted, and haujasema kitu mbaya. You know, that's why we
Yes.
really need to know how the government works, and that's why we really want
Yes.
everybody to understand how the government works,
Yes.
so that in few years to come, people don't regret and do the same mistakes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you know, Ruto is the person who we may say reverse psychology, and the reverse psychology is you
Yes.
tap into a lot of things at the same time, then you confuse the public.
Yeah.
So the accountability will be minimal.
Yeah.
When you confuse the public, the accountability will always always go minimal. So yeah, I understand your opinion, and it's valid.
Yeah. And wacha nimuulize, mbona hakuchukua hata mtu mmoja kama wa upande wa Azimio? Sorry?
I think
Mnanipata?
Ogutu, you can take from there. You can take it.
Okay. My brother Kenyo, thank you very much. My sister Jacqueline, karibu sana.
Yes.
Thank you
Yes.
for joining, and be blessed more. One thing that I want to straighten,
Yes.
and I just want to say it without fear of contradiction, is that
Yes.
what we have is not a government. Actually, we have some cartoons in the running the regime, because you can see if anybody listens, if anybody can take his time and listen on the Ruto statement that was made today at the parliament, you'll come to realize that this person is one among those that have already been confused. So when he is out there in public, he ends up by messing after messes after messes. And I concur with you earlier. You said that why is it that he is in a rush, Rover, or coming up with some other things instead of number one working on the things that he was supposed to be working on? Why is it that we have the prices of fuel that have skyrocketed? We have a price of unga inaelekea binguni, tuko na price tuliambiwa juzi prices ya maji inakuja kupanda. Number two, you can see token nowadays, you buy token almost 3/4 of that money of your entire money If you're using 1,000, my brother, Kinywan, my sister,
Yeah.
you will come to realize that 3/4 of your entire money is going to taxes here and there, from fuel levy, everything. So over the same, you have asked about why is it that Ruto never picked anybody from Azimio. I believe and think that it's okay. Ruto should continue having his government the way it is. Because my brother and sister, if we do a mistake by joining this government tomorrow, we'll be the people that will be walking out with the embarrassment. And you know, for your information, you can remember that this is the very same government that was campaigning. Their bosses were campaigning with using the propaganda during the campaign time. They're in government, they're still using propaganda. And you can see that something like NHF, NHIF, and NSSF, there were things that which President Uhuru left when already they had serious structures. And right now we're still talking about restructuring them. So you are asking yourself a very simple question, where are we heading as a country? And that is now where the problem is. So where I am tonight, I can say, and I will repeat, number one, what we have, I believe and know that is not a government, because more so when people are wote karibu kila mtu yuko confused na tunaona si ati hatuoni, lakini tukiweka hiyo kando, serikali yao ni mzuri tu, waendelea nao venye wameweka na wazidi sana, sababu unajua ni ministers peke yake ndio walikaa ku appoint ku nominate cabinet secretaries. So mimi naweza penda cases pia wakikuja na permanent secretaries wakikuja ku appointed pia wa appoint tu wale waizi equivalently, na pia because up to this juncture there is a video that today one of our brother did what I don't know if my brother Kinyua, you watched a video that I streamed earlier later this evening that talked about, actually it was later yesterday evening, that talked about how our brother Kemo was trying to tell people that, you know, now this is the government, yeah, Mama Mboga, and until even he tried telling people that, you know, huyu ndio Mama Mboga, huyu ndio nani. I don't know if you can allow I play that video because it's only 6 minutes, so that I can add what I wanted to say. My brother Kinyo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I don't know if you can allow I play that video. It's only 6 minutes, so that I can pick it from there.
Okay, it's fine. Just pray a quick.
Thank you very much. It's only going to take six minutes, and we'll be through with the video, and from there we'll be in a position of getting to understand what we have gotten ourselves into. And this is the reason why I have been saying that up to where we are, the only thing that can vindicate us is truth. And here is the video.
Nimewapatia hawa watu notice ya kwamba 2022 hawa watu wa mama mboga na ule wa bodaboda na hawa wa mkokoteni na wheelbarrow na huyo wa kioski na makanga, tutaunda serikali ya mahasla 2022. Wajipange.
True to his promise, President William Ruto has appointed able men and the women to his cabinet to help him run his government. Vile alisema kwamba serikali yake itakuwa serikali ya mahasla, serikali ya mama mboga, serikali ya wanabodaboda, serikali ya watu wa mkokoteni, serikali ya watu wa chini pale. Ameteua baraza la mawaziri ambao ni mahasla, ambao ni wanabodaboda, mkokoteni, na ndio hawa.
The position of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and I have appointed my brother Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi.
Huyu ni mwana bodaboda kutoka Bare Vihiga.
The other appointments I have made this afternoon are appointments of ministers, the the Minister for Interior and National Administration, the Honorable Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki.
Huyu ni mkokoteni kutoka Dharakaniti. Public Service, Aisha Chumwa. Huyu ni mama mboga kutoka Malindi. Ministry of Defense, Eden Duale. Huyu ni mfugaji kutoka Garissa. Ministry of Water, Alice Wahome. Huyu ni salonist, anafanya saluni pale Kandara. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Alfred Mtua. Huyu ni matatu driver kutoka Machakos. Ministry of Trade, Moses Kuria. Huyu ni bodaboda rider kutoka Gatundu. Ministry of East Africa Community, Rebecca Miano ni hoka kutoka Githurai. Ministry of Road and Transport, Kipchumba Murkomen. Huyu ni makanga kutoka Marakwet. Serikali ni ya mahasla. Serikali ni ya mama mboga. Serikali ni ya watu wa mkokoteni. Sisi ni kutoka bottom up. Rais alisema kwamba serikali yake itakuwa ni serikali ya mahasla. Ministry of Environment, Rosalinda Tuya. Huyu pia ni mama mboga, anakata sukuma pale Narok. Ministry of Education, Ezekiel Machogu. Huyu ni panana sera pale Kisii Town. Ministry of Energy, Davis Chirichir. Huyu ni chicken sera kutoka Eldoret, anauza kuku pale Eldoret. Ministry of Sports, Ababu na Mwamba. Huyu anafanya kazi ya bodaboda pale Budalangi. Ministry of ICT, Eliud Owalo. Huyu ni fishmonger pale Lake Victoria. Ministry of Agriculture, Mithika Rintuli ni Mira Trader kutoka Meru. Na mahasla wengine. Ruto has fulfilled his promise kwamba serikali yake itakuwa ni serikali ya mahasla. Maana ni mahasla tupu.
My brother Kinyua, you can see you can see the kind of the people that have been brought before us. And our brother Kemo have stated it as it is. You know, if yesterday but one, if I'm not wrong, this is what that was unveiled before us. You don't expect anything good to come out of this government, my brother. And remember, starting from the very day that alinunua Biblia, kwanza ile siku alipewa katiba, badala inue juu akapeweka kando. Alipopewa sword ndiye alikainua juu kabisa. Mimi nilikuja hapa nikasema, we don't have a government. Actually, in this regime, we are going to have worst of the government that have never been seen since. Thank you very much, my sister, our sister Santana, Tantan. Scam, I did not see any Mamamboga and Bodaboda in the government. And that is exactly what our brother Kemo have stated. Because if what was promised is not what that can be given. So my sister Kinye, let me tell you this. It's best that our people were never and are not part and parcel to today's government. Because if our people can be part and parcel to this government, my sisters and our viewers, let me tell you that these people will continue doing blunder. These people will continue stealing public offers. These actually they will squander our money. And what best will come out of them will be propaganda. They will start by saying, you know, tulipatia Rao kazi, Rao alikuja na watu wake wakachota pesa. If I'm not wrong, if I'm wrong, my brother Eric will rectify me. Watakuja hapo waanze kutuambia tuliweka huyo mtu Azimio kwa hiyo ministry amekula. And you know the reason why I've been saying so is because watu wote wamewahi kufanyia kazi. How is it possible that Rigathi Gachagua one time AP anakuwa na hiyo pesa yote kama yeye sio mwizi? How is it possible that Ruto, the very same Ruto that we know, Ruto that was a minister of agriculture at some point the other day, naye akaweka watu wako kuanzia sweeper kule chini mpaka juu mahali penye yupo, na wakahakikisha waliiba mpaka majani ya kupika chai kwa ofisi. Yeah, nothing. Actually, when he was being forced to step aside for investigations to happen, he became so defensive. It was a problem. Ilikuwa vita moja ya hali ya juu kati yake na the prime minister, and all people, everybody can remember. Yeah, so the country that we are in tonight, wacha tuwache tu wazidi kukaa na hiyo serikali yao without our people, but the best of thing that we'll continue doing, we will continue checking them and we'll continue saying it as it is. Truth is truth. Thank you very much, my brother.
You know, now I think Jacqueline, I may understand that the reason why in Azimio we don't want any position in Ruto's government, it's to avoid, you know, what happened to Baba. Baba bared all the burden of Jubilee. The moment he decided to give an helping hand to the President Kenyatta so that he can deliver, Ruto came up and said that Baba is the one who is running the government. And without such propaganda, the people accepted. And Baba had to bear the burden of that. But in real time, people will come to understand whatever Baba did.
My brother Kinyo, I think your network again, it has started today. Let me pick up, then you proceed when your network comes back. Our sister Santana, kindly you can see our stream here, the link on the comment section. You can use it to join us, because last time we conversed, we heard from you, and I know that you have a lot to share with us. So my sister Kinyi, I think I'll give you this platform so that you can continue giving us more. Because equally I can see that you are a politician and you have a lot to share with us. Thank you. Unmute, then you proceed. If you can hear me, please. Hello, my sister, can you listen to me? I don't know if you can listen to me, and if you can listen to me, you can unmute your audio, then you proceed, please. My brother, you're back.
Yeah, I've been thrown outside. I
Yeah,
don't know why.
you're thrown by network.
Yeah, network just thrown me outside.
Proceed.
Yeah, that's how I was saying this. You know, I've said that Baba has to bear the burden of the Jubilee second term, but to me, I'm so convinced and okay, but because I'm 100% sure Baba didn't do that for himself. He did that for Kenya. And, you know, the day we Kenyans, we are going to take this thing, the political seat, like it's, you know, because we normally treat it as a do or die thing. And that's where we go wrong. This thing is to serve. You don't have to fight someone to get into it. You don't have to rig so that you get into it. It's not a business, but in Kenya and Africa, it has been always treated like a business. And that's the big problem that we have. And the moment we Kenyans, we learn to understand that what we need is service, it will be better for us. So for that purpose, we don't need any position in the government. And I would advise Baba to just keep quiet. And I'm so happy because Baba today didn't go to parliament. And I'm sure they were expecting him so much, but Baba couldn't go there because...
My brother Kinyua, let me just interject. You are 1 second. You will recover from my time, please. I'm going to share with you a video where Baba was. When you will give me that opportunity. Thank you.
Fine. And it will be good for us because we would like to know. We would like to know where Baba was today as these things were going on, because I just want Baba to take his time, watch to this government, let them do what they want to do, let them do anything they want to do, so that we Kenyans, the people who celebrated, will just continue celebrating with their losses and their gains too. So for that purpose, I'm not even ready to hear anybody says that things are not working. I'm so okay when people are quiet, that the fuel, it's not expensive to me. The fuel is not expensive. 179 liters, it's okay. That is not expensive. So let us work on our life now from then. And you remember, there is the guy who said that hii economy inataka itabakiwa ya watu wawili tu. The guy said that. And if you put that message into consideration, you will come to understand, to be sincere, the economy itabakia watu wawili. Thank you so much, Brother Ogutu. I think you can share the video where Baba was today, and it will be good for us. We really need to understand, because also Akinyi needs to know why we are not interested in government position any whatsoever. We really don't need, so that we stay clean.
Thank you. It's here with us now.
Comrades, the hour.
In a statement sent to newsrooms by the coalition's presidential candidate in the August 9th general election, Raila Odinga, the opposition outfit enlists 6 key issues which it claims were intentionally ignored by the 7-bench court in its determination of the 2022 presidential petition. The contentious issues include alleged access to IEBC systems by unauthorized persons, alleged interference with Forms 34As by external parties, alleged forgeries of Forms 34Bs in contrast to original Form 34As, alleged suppression of numbers through postponement of the Mombasa and Kakamega gubernatorial elections, verification and tallying of presidential election results, and whether the winner of the presidential elections attained 50+1% of total votes cast. Azimio Moja One Kenya coalition further alleges that the language used by the Supreme Court judges was devoid of courtesy and sought to bolster the respondent's case while making condescending and denigrating comments against the petitioners and their advocates. Raila Odinga's led opposition coalition further says that the country's democracy is, and I quote, fake, and that the Supreme Court has played one of the biggest roles in making it so. The coalition now alleges that the court is arguably the biggest danger to the quest for a democratic state, and that Kenyans need to consider whether the Supreme Court is serving the purposes for which it was established. Seth Olale, Citizen.
My brother Kinyua, there was a small meeting that happened, and that is where Baba was. Our deputy president, Mama Martha Karua, was present with the Azimio brigade, most of the elected and those that were not elected, those that never vied. And you can see the Seth Olale has actually penned down the letter that was sent to the newsroom, and those items, those are the things that they want clarification on, and they are saying nicely they need Supreme Court to be disbanded. You know, now we have started on the journey of disbanding the Supreme Court. We have the journey of disbanding the IBC too. So my brother, where we are, my sister Jacqueline, where we are, I think it will be much more okay if we just continue being in Azimio. And now the best that we can do, if I'm not wrong, my brother Eric, if I'm wrong, or our viewers, you can correct me by saying that we need to put this government on top. We need to continue being in a position where we are, and we need to be watching so that we can be in a position of telling them off wherever when they are wrong. Like today, the president, the so-called selected president, was so much more wrong. And you know, I read one of the comments here, someone telling us, or telling me that we need to accord him respect. And I will state it without fear of contradiction that I can only accord the office of the presidency the respect, but the person in that office has got no respect from me, because this is one person that has made children to suffer. This is the very same person who left children to be tear gassed, and he never cared. This is the very same person that at some point made sure actually changed the good maize with the bad maize, the maize that were poisoned. That is back in 2008 or 2009. And you know that with that a lot of people could have died then. This is the person that have dipped his hand in the public coffers, in the public jar, so and stole a lot of things here and there. So you ask me to accord a thief respect. It's like you want me to die seeing. You know, my brother Eric, it's not possible you see death coming and you're being told, you're being alerted that that is death. And the only best thing that you can tell people that even if you people you are running away, I will wait and confirm. What if you die? Because if you die, that will be end of you. We have a comment. Turanira Ntoja, hello Azimio, jana nilishindwa kujiunga. Pole sana my brother, you are here today. We are sharing. Let me share the link so that you can join our conversation. So what I was saying, let me proceed with what I was saying. Then I hand it back to my brother Eric. Where we are as a country, we as a new family, it's high time we start thinking on how we can make sure that this government becomes accountable, more so on everything that they are doing. And more so, it's a crime for someone to promise something that they can't do. So number one, they need, and I concur with my sister, they need to start working on how they can make sure that they return the fuel to where they promised us. They need to put the price of unga to where they promised us. So you ask me, I will say that. Thank you very much, my brother.
You know, let me just say this. Do you know And I keep on saying, we Kenyan, let us not say that whatever government does, none of our business. It should be our business. And whatever Baba said today on those merits on the judgment, you know, people don't think that Baba is doing for himself. One day, one time, the person you are supporting will be denied that chance. Where will you go? You know, those are the things that we are supposed to be checking on. Right now, we are saying this. People are saying that Azimio are complaining because they didn't win. And very well, there are some structures that people can see openly, but they ignore. So in future, Baba will not be there. What will happen if you by yourself, you want to vie for that position and you are rigged out? Where will you go? Will you still say that the judiciary is okay? Will you even need help to pursue your dream? Those are the things that we should look at. Let us not look at that, serikali ikishaenda hivyo, I don't care. Mwenye atashinda ashinde. You know, until we delete that thoughts in our mind, ati mwenye atashinda, ashinde. The moment we are going to put that thing down, it will be the better for us as a nation. Reason being, you cannot say mwenye atashinda ashinde, and yet, you know, in between those two people who are on the race, one might be worse, and you know that person. May it be Ruto, may it be Baba. You know one. Why can't you work on it? So those are the things that people should understand. And when Baba claims about the judiciary, let us not bury our head on the sand and say we cannot see. Everybody sees that, even the people in UDA, they see. But as I said earlier on, it's between life and death. Leadership in Kenya, it's between life and death. Because of what? It's a business opportunity. It's a business where you invest and you want to get your money back with interest. And that's why these people, they save their money, they put money aside to come and entice people with that money. You get into trap, you vote for that person. That person has a reason to go and not to do anything for you because he is in business. You never know. Maybe that person had planned, I want to put my 20 million. In 5 years, I want it to be 40 million, then I exit that business. Who will lose? Definitely, it's a Kenyan public. Ni Mkenya tu atapoteza. Juu yule mtu yeye ni kwa biashara alikuwa na alikuwa shapanga. Mimi naekelea 20 million niingie kwa hii biashara, miaka hiyo 5 sitafanya anything juu sitaki kukua huko tena. Lakini niko nimemake profit ya another 20 million. Tutabakingia hapo tutukilia. So the leadership, you don't need to buy into a leadership. Leadership, you should get it in a correct way. Lakini sisi Wakenya tunasemanga, huyu atoi kitu. Huyu atoi kitu, siwezi mchagua. Huyu atoi kitu, siwezi mchagua. And that's where we miss. And that's why we're going to face these problems and no one will come to help us. And what I want to say is this. People will be shocked once they find that the judiciary will be working for the state. The judiciary will be working for the state. It will not work for the interest of common mwananchi in few days to come, and that will be proven. So we really need to prepare ourselves for tough times. And let me tell the hustlers who are saying they're hustlers, they should make sure that they don't fall in a problem that they need help from even the judicial service, because they are not going to get it. unless if they have money. So that's the point I would like to make it get home, so that people understand. Let us not say that we don't care. We should care about the government so that we don't suffer in future. But the moment we don't care, the more we are going to suffer. So those are the things that we are supposed to be checking and thinking of. Kwa hivyo, and I kept on saying, I think, Sister Kinyi, you'll just last with me and check on this issue of the budget. You know, this issue of the budget is still in my mind, asking, now, if 300 billion will be expunged from the already planned budget, which functions will it affect? Because to me, I think this government, what they should do, they should now plan on 2023-2024 budget on how they will reduce, but not to reduce the budget that it's already effective, already budgeted for. It must have effect in some places, and we really don't know which side will be affected. We really need to know the side that will be affected. And also, let people don't take this thing for granted about the interest rate from the CBK. People should understand the CBK controls all lending and the banks in this nation, in this country. Kwa hivyo, let us work together and try to understand how things works, so that we don't suffer. Because if it's to suffer, it will be for all of us. The people who support the government, who voted for the current government, and who didn't vote for it. So, Akinyi, I can give you a time. You can take it from there. You say something as we continue.
Hata wenye wanasema eti sijui aongee, asiongee kitu hata kidogo. Manake hata pia mimi ni mahali penye nimefikia, nilisema hata kama ni kusema ukweli, acha niseme ukweli, mimi sitawahi piga kura tena na tena na tena, siwezi. Sababu huyo mtu alitufanyia vibaya sana. Ukiangalia mambo alisema, mambo na bottom up, baadaye akakuja akakeuka. Ilichukua sijui for 1 week ameanza kurusha kule vipanda vya mama mboga. Sasa hiyo ndio nilikuwa nashangaa. Sasa hiyo ndio alikuwa amesema maendeleo, ataanza kuleta maendeleo mama mboga wakirushorushwa na kule mavibanda, manyanya nini. Sasa watu huku Kenya watu wanalia. Watu hawana kazi. Na ndio sasa hapo watu wengi wataingia kwenye wizi, maana hawana kazi. Huyu jamaa, unajua huyu jamaa, anyway, wacha tuombe Mungu tu, tuangalie tu, tusiongee jambo lolote, sisi ni kuangalia tu. Au vipi?
You know, Liliana,
yeah.
I had the deputy to Ruto say that the media is misquoting what he said. And I really want to ask, because the things that they normally say, there is no editing into those information. They are preyed on the media the way they are. I really want to ask, in which way is someone misquoted? And I think I can just look for a video, and this will show us direct that these guys are somehow, you know, they are trying to, maybe I may say, to blackmail or to do what, because it's something that I don't understand. Because you say this today, tomorrow you say different thing. And if you check, Ruto normally says this, Rigathi Gachagua said a different thing.
Yeah.
I don't know whether their communication, they are getting it from the same place or it's distributed otherwise. And you know, if you really want to know the type of the government we have, already we have Ruto now. Now to make it clear, you understand, look at the cabinet.
Yeah.
If you look at the cabinet, now you will know the real government that we are going to have. Comparing it with the government, the cabinet that Uhuru had, you'll confirm and see the type of the government that we have. And I just want to ask, and you have seen how things have happened. I remember in 2013 when the Jubilee government came in, no one resigned from the other government, the public servant, the DCI, blah, blah, all those people, nobody resigned. But I'm asking, why is the government that Ruto took the other day, people are resigning? You understand? I'm really concerned about that being so much because we might end up by finding that the institution will be serving the interest of one person. And that's why mimi nataka baba atulie kabisa, but asikubali watu wake waguzwe. That's the only point. Atulie, lakini sisi hatuwezi kubali aguzwe. That's the point. Pia sisi hatuwezi kubali baba aguzwe na mtu. It will be you know, I saw Ruto people trying to entice Miguna that he's coming, eh? And from where I
Yes.
stand, I know very well he wanted to bring Miguna in the country to try and make the Nyanza people cool down. Because, and let me tell you, Ruto cannot work with Miguna. You know, Miguna is a Luo, but let me tell you, even if you hear Miguna talk different things, let me tell you one thing, he will not come and still talk the same. Miguna, what he needed just to come back home. And I saw another Twitter saying that if Ruto will be guided by the rule of law, Miguna said he will support. But if he goes otherwise, they are not together. So, and I don't see how the Ruto's government might do things right, depending on the cabinet that he has. I'm trying to give him a benefit of doubt, but still I'm convinced, according to the cabinet that he nominated, it sounds a lot. Or either otherwise, he didn't want to show this cabinet that he doesn't need them. He decided to give them to the parliament so that if the parliament fails them, they will not blame Ruto and say, you betrayed us. So I really want to wait and understand after the appointment goes through. The vetting goes through, that's the time I'm going to understand the thought of this William Ruto. Because Orengo keeps on saying that, and they said in Senate, the government eats its own people. And the people who are in government will suffer than him who is not in the government. And the people took that thing for granted. And it came to happen. The same thing that will happen. Ruto will make sure he start shutting off the people who are allied to him so that they don't overtake him or overtake his decisions. So in Ruto's government, you can never be rebellious. If you try do so, you are out. And that's why he wanted to have only one party, UDA. He didn't bother about the ANC and other parties. He just did that for formalities. It was just formalities, a brainwash to mwananchi. But that wasn't his mind. He just wanted to have one party. So let us not speculate. Let us have facts. And the only thing I can tell Kenyans is that suffering will be for all of us. If it's happiness, will be for all of us. But check the way things are unfolding. The interest of everything is going up. KRA ndio hao, CBK na ndio ina control mambo yote ya finance, lending, bra ndio hiyo. So we should understand, or even this the budget to be 300 billion to be expunged. And I would like to know, because that money was already been planned before, if they expand that 300 billion, where will that money go? Will it be accounted for as not being used, or it will not appear in books? So those are the things that we should check on. And there is one thing I'm going to, in Parliament, things will be hotter. And things will be hotter when the MPs are debating on a motion that supports us, the public. But the motion that supports them, they will be just working on it very cool. That's the thing people should understand. May it be Azimio or UDA or blah, blah, blah. We should understand that. And Mr. Ogutu, yesterday I said, you know, it's better to have a bad president and have good MPs, governors, and MCAs. You can get service. But if you have a good president with bad legislative, bad county governors, bad senators, bad MCAs, we are going never to get, you can never get any service. So to me, the president can be bad, I don't care, but let us make sure we have the representative who are genuine and who can deliver services to mwananchi. I think that's the only thing that we need. We don't need to be enticed with their fund. You know, like now they're fighting because of the CDF. They just need that kitty so much. Because to me, that kitty, they use that kitty to entice people. I've built this, I've built this. Hakuna kitu ingine MP atafanya, hata kutafutia kazi yoyote. Ni akuja ajenga class kama 10 na every year anapewa over 100 million. Anakuja na jenga class 10. You know, let me give you a scenario why Kenya money get lost. You know, these classes that we have been building the other day for CBC, the budget of class was 450,000. One class, a modern one. Finished, wiring, everything, painted, kila kitu. Now I want to ask, if one class is 450,000, then you find your MP in 1 year, he just built 15 classes. Mr. Ogutu, just calculate and tell me in 1 year 15 classes. How much is that? That is for 50 times 15. Haifiki hata milioni 10. I don't think so. Haifiki hata milioni 10. And this person has been given over 100 million. Akuje ajenge ka police station akiwa patron. Ka police station kakule hesabu hata 5 million. Because it's a normal structure. So at the end of the day, you find,
my brother, it's 6,750,000.
That is 15 classes.
10 million.
That's 15 classes. And those 15 classes in a constituency, that goes for only public schools. Now, put it 20, primary 10 and high school 10 in a constituency. You might find in a constituency they don't have much high school. And these days the primary schools are private, most of them. So just calculate and see. Now that's why they are crying about this money. That's why they are crying much about this money. So we really need to make sure as voters we have the right representative. And I'm going to say this, Mr. Ogutu. Even if Baba got into even if Baba is the president right now, and we have the same bad representative down here, we could have we stay for 5 years, nothing could have been done in this country. You understand? So that's why I'm saying this. What will help us getting out of this mess is now we say that the MPs that are there will be genuine to serve Kenyans and will be genuine to make things work for Kenyans. Depending on the presidency we have now, Ruto, if the MPs are on they behave like him, my friend, we should wait for a longer. So I don't think we really need to I don't think what can be done. And you see, like Abuka just said, I have been following critically the development of democratic process. And what is irritating in politics of Kenya and what bothered me the most was the remarks which was made by CJ Mother Kome in a church. She stated that her judgment was inspired by God. This statement which was made by CJ Mother Kome was a direct acceptance of failure. Because when one analyzes critically, corruption in any election can't be adjudicated based on God inspiration in other observation. You know, the other day I said, Mother Kome, whatever he did, he got it was wisdom from the Satan, from devil. There is no way God will give you a wisdom to deliver such a nonsense judgment. So they should not come here and brag and talk. They should not talk about it was from God. No. God doesn't advocate for lies, deceit, and a lot of things. And I said, if you in this Kenya, if we don't take care, if we don't think beyond what we see now, it will be a matter of you go to Mother Kome and ask her, how much do I need to be a president? You go to Chebukati, the same. How much do I need to be a president? Then you budget for those only. Don't even go to Mwananchi much. Just bank on Mother Kome and Chebukati, and you will get it. So let me tell you, these are the things that we are facing. Na niambie watu mambo itakuwa shida. Watu watatafuta huyu mzee anaitwa Raila. Watu watamtafuta na hawatampata. Watu watalia. Na kuna kitu moja nasema hapa, Mr. Ogutu. What happened? Raila akinyamaza sana, watu wanasema huyo mzee amelipwa, ashalipwa na serikali. Ndio maana ongei tukule shida. Raila akitokea saidie serikali, watu wanasema the same, amelipwa na serikali. Ndio serikali iweze kufanya maovu. Then what do people need? Now look at this. Raila gave an helping hand to Uhuru Kenyatta from 2017, 2018. so that Uhuru can deliver. People didn't know that he is assisting Uhuru so that Uhuru deliver to the country, to the people of Kenya. People were the part of the government decided to propagate that Raila and Uhuru, they are making things together to make sure the economy is hard. But people couldn't say anything. They briefed. And Raila worked for, or just wanted Uhuru to work and deliver for the country. But Raila didn't ask any position in the government. No one from opposition was given job. No one was in the government who was sacked so that one part of opposition can be given position. No one was sacked. They all worked the way they were. And we Kenyans, we sit down and listen to propagandas and accept that tuna celebrate. The problem we have, only God knows. Only God knows. Because getting ourselves into this problem, it will take us a long time if we Kenyans, we don't think about it. And let us not celebrate everything that the government does. We really need to keep check on them. And if you go to the people who voted for UDA, they are very much comfortable. We voted and we won. We don't need anything else. Na kesho ni nyinyi mutaanza kulia tu. And you don't need anything. Amtaki kitu yoyote. You know, the opposition kazi yao ni kulia tu. Nyinyi mlishinda, hakuna kitu mnahitaji kutoka hapo. Nyinyi mlishashinda. My friend, mama mboga na mtu wa boda boda, saizi ndio wanaelewa what was the meaning of the bottom up. Because Mr. Ogutu, Ruto said he doesn't want to borrow money from outside. He wants to borrow locally.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the same people said the economy in Kenya, it's not good. People doesn't have money. Then, which people are you going to borrow money from? You see?
That's the reason why I said that we have a government.
If the same people you want to borrow from them, you are the one who said they don't have money. How? How do you expect? How do you want to borrow from them? How? And you know they don't have money. Then you borrow from them, then you give them back Hustlers Fund kitty from their own money, which they don't have. You know, this bottom up, anybody who was brainwashed by this thing, do you know, there is the time we were in another platform and we used to have a lot of hard time. We used to call the UDA people and ask them, come explain what is the bottom up. Nobody could explain it. Nobody. We could have stayed on the platform for more than 3 hours without any explanation about bottom up. Miwimbo tu. So I think me I understand. Na mimi mafuta bado haina bei kali. Mafuta bado iko cheap. Hiyo ndio people should understand. I saw someone say this the guy called this KRG say that nyinyi munalialia hapa mafuta iko bei kali na hata hamuna magari, munatembea tu miguu, na sisi watu tuko na gari za 6 cylinders. And the guy asked that, sisi tuko na gari za 6 cylinders na atulii, nyinyi munatembea mguu na munalia mafuta iko bei kali. So ninaambia watu bei kali. Ruto hatajua, Gachagua hatajua, watoto wao hawatajua, MPs hawatajua. You understand? Ni sisi wa Kenya tunajua. And the amount of money we are paying for the fuel, that's now the real amount that we are supposed to be paying. That's the amount of money that you're supposed to be paying. I want you to do this. There is the day I was at, it was in Upper Hill.
Yes.
And I find more than 1,000 motorbikes from watu wa boda boda zenye zimechotwa. More than 1,000 zimejaa mpaka unaziona unastuka. Hai, there were almost 1,500 motorbikes on a yard.
That is hapa in police station, yeah?
Umeenda, umechukua motorbike, utalipa, unashindwa kulipa, inachukuliwa.
Oh. The
Saizi loans. Saizi mafuta ni mia ngapi? 200 some places. Utabeba client na pesa ngapi? Na hiyo mafuta ya 200. Client labda mlipisha bei kali. And you know, there are some places we used to go with 50 shillings and there's a place you know you can walk. But ukiangalia 50 bob unaona wacha nipe huyu msee wa Nduthia nipeleke. Saa hizi hiyo 50 bob bei juu ni 100, unasema afadhali utembee. You understand? That the reduction of, yeah, I've been in there. I know that. You know, from where I normally stay, if if I'm not using the car, the vehicle, then I can get a motorbike and get home at 50. I used to add 50 shillings. Because it's the distance. When I'm in the road, I can see home. It's a place even I want to walk, I cannot take more than 10 minutes.
Yes.
But give a boda guy 50 bob to drop me. Right now, I walk. I walk. You understand? So, watch. And let me tell you the truth. You know, even if we say about boda, not all of boda voted for this government. 50% of boda guys and they know things. Do so. 50% of boda are ni watu wanajua life na wana understand maneno. Hawakuchagua hii serikali. The only place that the propaganda was well bought, it's in Mount Kenya. And even if it wasn't bought the way people thought it could have been, because in Mount Kenya, they voted 60% only. Ask yourself, why did they vote 60% only? Because they were not sure and they are not okay with the government. They voted just because, let us vote. Let me tell you, if this election was separated, we do for the presidential election alone, separate.
Yes.
Let us do with the other positions, then the presidential, we do it separate in a different day. That's the time you could have been shocked. Nobody could have gained, even Ruto couldn't have gained 4 million votes. Most of the people voted for him because they went to vote for their MPs and MCAs, and they are given the ballot, so they just stick. So these are the things, the real deals that we should understand. Kwa hivyo wacha tuangalie tuone vile mambo inaendelea and tuone way forward, but let us not be betrayed and coerced and support evil. If we want to prosper in this nation, we should stop supporting evil. We should stop celebrating evil. Let us support the rule of law. And Mother Karua and Baba keeps on saying rule of law. Do you know Mother Karua had a chance to be in Kenya Kwanza? But ask yourself, why did she quiet and decided whatever comes, I'm going to follow this side? Because he knew which side, whether in government or out of government, is good. Understand?
Yes.
Yeah, because when you're in government, and you know you are not doing good things to the public and they voted for you, you will get a lot of curses. And those curses, at the end of the day, they come to haunt your family. Do you know that? And people does it. The people does it. And I want you look at this. Most of politicians, their children, they have a lot of problems. They push them to do things to avoid embarrassment. These things come to mess up some people's family later. So better you are not in the government, because no one will raise finger towards you. So you cannot hide bad things and through churches, and you think God is not watching you. Nimekuambia ile kiboko watu watakuja kuanikwa nayo haitakuwa ya mchezo. Hii story hii mabishop wanashinda hapo kama huyu Oresapiti huyu. That guy Oresapiti made me to hate going to church, because it's the person I respected from Kitambo. But these days he made me not to think even about churches, because he's the person who sanitizes evil. So let us look at things as they unfold. Thank you.
My brother Kenywa, you have said it as it is, and that is a fact. Today, you will find a lot of people going to church because of certain individuals. Those that have, they are calling themselves bishops, pastors, reverends, evangelists, but they are sanitizing or lies, evils in the political arena. These are the people that are preaching to us that, you know, you're not saved, you need to join church, until you ask yourself a very simple question. So I joined church to go and do what in church? If you are the leader in that church and you're the one who has done a lot of mistakes that can't get to be even forgiven, even if that forgiveness doesn't come from me. And you have mentioned that watu watakuja kupata kichapo. My brother, hata sio mbali. In fact, let me tell you, unaona hao the bishops and these pastors wenye wanajifanya kujua na wanatuweka wananchi kama sisi ni ng'ombe tu, hatuwezi elewa kitu yote. These people are going to suffer nicely. These people are going to suffer. You ask me, I will repeat that. The reason why I'm saying that, because if at all God is the one who gave them that moment, gave them the opportunity, to be in a position of leading madhabahu, leading church, then they expect that the very same God will be with them after they have participated in vindicating evil upon Kenyans, upon voters, taxpayers, because of their pockets have been filled with some few small change here and there. I'm telling you, church stopped being church when serious bishops like Ndiki Mwana Wanzeki, you know, those bishops walituacha. Sahi, if you ask me, hakuna. The other day I was giving an example with my own family. But you know, my wife was telling me, mbona wewe yuko na sisi kwa madhabahu yetu? Why are you not joining our church? But you know, you only join a church where when you go somewhere, unaona venye unakaribishwa. And you know, there's this plastic where you don't kukaribisha mtu, my brother. Unamwangwa, umekuja mgeni umekaribisha, lakini hata ile siku ya kwanza umeingia, wewe unakaribishwa hapa na kicheko, lakini mtu mwingine anasemekana na mdomo na mapua hivi. Unaona huyo. So until you ask yourself a very simple question, if tomorrow I'll be here in the next coming 3 days, hata mimi watakuwa na mapua na mdomo, yeah, someone who is a leader who calls himself pastor or bishop, you see some serious character in him or her, how is it possible that you can join them? It's not possible. And I'm concurring with you. Mtu wa kwanza atapata kichapo zaidi ya wengine. Hii mbuzi yetu na wenzake. Apart from huyo, this elected president called Ruto na Gachagua, sababu wao ndio wamekaa at the point ya kutudanganya that this is a praying nation. How can we be having a praying nation? Unaomba hata kwa mfano parliament, it took about 15 to 20 minutes ni kuomba tu, huyu aombe amalize, huyu aombe amalize, walete sijui nani, na anamaliza tu kuomba hivi. Ni uongo ndio anatupatia. Ni Mungu gani hiyo? Tunaomba Kenya, you know. And I'm so much more happy that Baba hakuenda huko parliament ku attend that whatever. Baba was not part and parcel, and that is the reason why I will continue telling and saying it. If Baba was given the chance, right now we could have been having the country ile nchi yenye sisi tungetaka. Wachana na hiyo puzi hii tumepewa hii. We could have having the best of what we need before us. Sio hiyo puzi hii tunaona mbele yetu. My brother King, let me tell you, and I want to repeat it. If these two musketeers, they feel and thinks that running the government is becoming much more not easy on them, I'm repeating it, let them resign. Wacha Baba chukue kiti, ufundishwe venye kazi inafaa ifanywe, lakini orientation ati wanaenda kwa Baba awasaidie vile alisaidia Uhuru. You know my brother Kenya, without Baba in the 2018 government to 2022, hatungekuwa na nchi sahihi, tungekuwa na shell, sababu ile uwizi ilikuwa inafanywa. Uwizi ilikuwa ni kuiba asubuhi, usiku, saa zote ilikuwa ni uwizi. Ungesikia tu ati deputy president anatoka hapa, Ruto anatoka hapa anaenda nchi nyingine, ni uwizi, anaenda kufanya planning ya kuiba. It is in the public domain, and that is the reason why I've been saying that if anybody feels that I am lying, let that person come on board so that we can start reasoning. Hakuna venye itakani when you are campaigning propaganda. Wao ndio wanafanya uchumi na kuwa mbaya. Sasa hizi ni President Uhuru na Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, my president, ndio wanafanya uchumi na kuwa mbaya. Sasa ndio hii uchumi ni mbaya. And it's my brother, you're very right. In fact, hata if waweke 3,000 shillings. Tukue at the level playground politically, economy wise, kila mtu, hata hao the supporters wa UDA na Kenya Kwanza. Mimi my biggest prayer, shetani nyingine zikujipitia karibu na mahali penye Baba yuko, ati anajiunga na whatever. The other day you had Ruto saying that, you know, Baba akikuja nitampatia mahali, and he really says he's the one who is sending people here and there. We know. So imefika mahali kila mtoto akae kwa mlango yao na kule chenye wao walipanda. My brother Kinywa, kila mtu alipewa nafasi shamba, ukapewa nafasi ya kulima, ukapanda, uka make sure umetoa weed, umeitengeneza mzuri. Sasa saizi ni saa ya kutoa mazao kwa shamba. Kila mtu atoe mazao yake akule. That is what I will tell you. Mahali penye tumefika country, wacha watu wakuda wakuli.
Your sound is not good.
You can. My brother.
Your sound is not good, huh? So let me just say this as you sort out your sound. You know, in Kenya, there is something I would like people to understand, especially Ranbi. In this constitution, there is no opposition. That's point number one. And did you know it's very nice we go as the you know, so the constitution is it's an open thing to every Kenyan. Actually, every Kenyan should be having a copy of constitution. But we decided to ignore that. We always expect the interpretation from the politician. Henceforth, the constitution, every Kenyan should be having a copy, so that any Kenyan can go through it and look at the sections and everything. But we decided the politician to come and interpret it for us. And we go wrong there. And this time around, what we have, it's the minority. We don't have opposition. That's why even in a parliament, before, when there was opposition time, there were no opposition leader in the parliament. They were not given any chance there. But they were supposed to make noise outside the parliament. But right now, we have the minority. It's called minority. That's why even in the house, upper house and the other house, they are given a chance to have a minority leader. So I think what we should do, you know, you don't have to vote for the bad government, then you start looking for Raila to come and keep an eye on it. You cannot vote for a bad government, then you start looking for.
Let me interject a bit. I need to put this. I hope I'm clear now, and I need to put this point across. You know, we have a sickness, we as Kenyans, because I don't know if this comment is meant to say that we should, the one that is saying that, and now meaning of opposition, keep on eyes please. I don't know if he's our brother called Ranby or our sister, and let me school him a bit. There's no way, there's nowhere in the entire world that you will go and find the first foolish people more than we voters in Kenya. That is the fact number one. Because why do you give a chance to people who are murderers, people who are thieves, and you leave to vote people that can elevate the livelihood where it, to a point where it needs to be, those that will work economy to be the economy that will be steered to a point from the entire world, people will be feeling the finer of what they need in economy. People that will make sure that what is needed before you as an individual, as wananchi, can be found. People that will come up with serious systems in place. People that will make sure that we have what is needed before us in general. Instead of voting them, you end up by voting thief. Then you tell us, you come here telling us that the good people that you never voted needs now to start being in opposition. To do what in opposition? To come and do what? To agitate against you. My friends, sio ni ujinga. Unajua sisi kama Wakenya kuna mahali penye imefika. Kuna ile upuzi yenye haifai to entertain. Hiyo upuzi, if anybody tells me today that Raila needs to be the opposition chief, number one, I will tell you that because of the foolishness that you have, that is the reason why you have decided now to think that manner way. Na venye tu umesema katiba hatusomi, na si ati katiba iwezi patikana. Katiba sisi wenyewe hatusomi katiba, tuelewe ile katiba tuko nayo saizi inapeana ruhusa gani. Kwa mfano BBI ndio ilikuwa inarudi na nini na opposition chief, if I'm not wrong my brother. BBI ndio ilikuwa inakuja na opposition chief. Saizi venye tunaongea, the Kenya Kwanza Ominions did a mistake by giving Ruto 4 million votes, and then his machineries and his people added the remainder vote. And you know, sasa ndio sababu nimesema imefika katika ile hali yenye kila mtu lazima akule Kenya alipanda. Kama ulipanda nyanya, tomatoes, imeiva. You know my brother, this thing is very easy and simple. And I don't know even what we're saying here, because what remains before us is easy and simple. Tunaenda kwa shamba kulima. Wewe ukapanda miogo na ukapanda sweet potato. Mimi nimepanda pilipili na nyanya, tomatoes. Siku ya kuvuna wewe umetoa ile sweet potatoes, umeenda umetengeneza mzuri, umechemsha, unakula. Tena unakula kama mguu yako umebeba inaangalia mbinguni. Mimi nimekuja nimeosha nyanya zangu mzuri, nimekata. Hata ikiwa nimekaanga, niweke pilipili. Pilipili ikiwa mingi, I start blaming you. Do I start blaming anybody?
You know,
You did the mistake.
let me give you a scenario. It goes like this, my brother. You know, it's like these people want to show us that ukipanda machungwa unafaa kuvuna maembe, and it can't work like that. You planted orange tree, don't expect to harvest mango. Definitely we are going to harvest the same orange. So the point here is this: why vote for bad government? Then you start looking for opposition, someone to keep an eye on them. You understand? A good government doesn't need to be checked on. What they do, it's the evidence that they are doing good work. You understand? Kwa hivyo, na niliambia hivi, we angalia wale CS tuko nao. Just check the CSs that we have. Aisha Jumo, Medical Intuli, Just imagine, I'm just imagining Kipchumba Murkomen, it's a CS for transport. Very funny. Very funny. Very funny. I think what he could have done, if he wanted to give someone from Rift Valley, he could have even given Buzeki. Because in transport sector, he understands things. You understand? He's a person in transport, full time. The business is transport. Why do you give such a position to a politician? You know, do you know why in the parliament they asked for CVs? They asked for CVs because of the committees. In a committee, you will be given a committee that it's I think, let me just say this, it's aligned with your profession. In parliamentary committee, they must submit a CV. If you are good in mathematics, accountant, you will find yourself in a budget committee where such things. If you are a doctor, you will find yourself in a health committee. If you're a person who is an engineer, you find yourself in a certain committee that go along with your profession. Then let's
my brother Kinyua, let me ask you a question. What has Ruto talked about concerning this youth unemployment? Have you ever heard him talk about anything about it? How he's going to?
No. Not yet.
I have nothing to say.
You know, we voted for, you know what he said? He just needed a vote. Once you get a vote, from there is the one to make decision on what to do and what not to do. You know, right now, we public, we have nothing to say or to do. We have to sit down and be directed in anything. If you want to do anything, we cannot dispute. And even if you dispute, what can you do? In Kenya, you cannot even picket. Picketing is a crime in Kenya, but is in constitution. But in face of some people, it's a crime. You understand? And that's a situation I'm seeing. And we really need to harvest what we planted. And you know, wacha Wakenya wavua kule, wavune walichokipanda, because to me, I'm very much okay. And I will keep on talking so that Kenyans can understand the impact of the mistakes they keep on doing now and then, now and then, now and then, now and then, now and then. You know, let me tell you one thing. During COVID season, not all people are working in government.
Yes.
But when people are crying, there is no money, no what. You could find some people, they are building apartments. That period.
Yes. I think my brother's got a network issue. Let me pick it up. And one thing that I want to put across is that if industrialization can be worked on so that youth employment can reduce, if introduction of businesses can't happen today so that youth unemployment can't reduce, then let me tell you, and I want to state it here categorically, that we still don't have a country. And where this country is going, only God knows. Because the part that I know is that the government of today have decided and have done it as the chance of being at a point of building ourselves. You can have them, you have had them during the campaigns they promised. Until now, they're still promising. And you know, that speaks a lot. So if anybody is sitting pretty well somewhere and thinking that this government will come in rescue of mama mboga, mtu wa bodaboda, vijana, haipo. They will keep on rewarding their cronies, their friends, their friends who are thugs like them, who are thieves like them, who are murderers like them, and until the end of the tenure of this government. And you know, there's nowhere you will take them. Nowhere at all will take them. That is how we'll end up by being. Actually, we'll go back to the old ages days. Because if you look at things, it's like we're going back to the 80s and 90s. That is where we are heading to. So for someone to tell us that the opposition in our constitution, there's no opposition, wewe kula tule nyanya yako ulilima, umeweka pilipili mingi, wache kuache. Kila mtu akule kenye alipanda na kenye amevuna kutoka kwa mazao yenye amepata kwa kile alipanda. There are things that we can't just sit down and start talking about as if there's this serious mannered way. Because if at all people, if the 4 million never voted him, I'm rest assured that hata kuiba ingekuwa rahisi. But because you voted him, unga, my brother, mimi naweza penda unga iende 3,000 mfuko moja, gorogoro moja. And I'm saying I am in Kenya, wacha hata mimi niumie. Mafuta iende hata 5,000 1 liter. Token ya stima, token 1 unit like this, like 1 unit like this, ifike 500 shillings, so that we be in a position of kusema this is the government that we wanted. You know, there's no how. And you know, my brother Kinywa, if you have started seeing a comment like this tells you that people have started crying indirectly. It's like people are trying to say that, you know, now it's becoming much more harder for us to sustain myself with this with the economy. Sasa wacha mzaa toke kama opposition. Kwani, my brother Kinyo, I have a question, one question I get to ask. And you know, you are the only person that I can ask this question. Hakuna mwingine. Kwa debe wewe ulipoenda kwa debe, ulipewa karatasi ngapi?
6.
Ya kwanza ilikuwa ni gani?
Kulikuwa na president.
Thank you. Ya pili?
Kulikuwa na governor.
Ya tatu?
Kulikuwa na MP. Kulikuwa na senator.
5?
Kulikuwa na MCA.
Ya 6?
Na kuna women rep.
Thank you. So kwa debe hakuna ile siku ulipata karatasi inajiita opposition leader. Na kama hakukuwa na karatasi kama hiyo, hii ni upuzi gani sasa hii tunaanza? Tuacheni, my brother Kinywa, what I want to repeat, kila mtu akule kenye alipanda. Sisi kenye sisi tulipanda, we are so comfortable with.
Wacha nikwambie
only-
tu, let me say
Yes.
one thing. You know,
Yeah.
I'm good at pointing someone outside there, and I normally rough rounder. I rough rounder when I hear people cry outside there. Hey, mafuta bwana ishuki bei. Mimi nachekanga naanguka. I'm in it, but yule mtu analia nikimwangalia, naona huyu mtu ndiye alikuwa anarukaruka akisema hasla. Hakuwa anajua mwenye anachagua huyo mtu si hasla kama yeye.
Yes.
Hakuwa anajua hivyo. Alikuwa anajua huyo mtu si hasla kama yeye, na anakubali kudanganywa ati hasla tawala. Sasa saizi Uhuru mahali yako anakula starehe zake, kila kitu ya Uhuru iko paid na government, the same as Raila Odinga. Everything is paid by the government. Now mtu arudi akasema let me just tell you, when I say there is nothing like opposition, do you know in the country right now,
Yes.
the only richest party it's ODM. The richest party in the country is ODM. That's one thing people should understand.
Yeah.
So talking about opposition, I think it's even the Jubilee, it's not stable. The UDA, it's not even stable. You understand? The ODM, it's a single party, and if Baba wanted just to relax and say I'm not going to do anything, to follow anything, ODM iko pesa, angekaa tu na apata allowance kake kutoka kwa hiyo chama alianza as a leader. But Baba doesn't look at that. He just want to make sure that things are done correctly in this nation. Do you know ODM? It's worth 10 billion.
Yeah.
It's worth 10 billion. If Baba wants to sit down and eating, stay starehe tu, angekuwa anang'ang'ana saa hii, angekuwa anang'ang'ana na mambo ya inchi na wananchi vile wanalia. No. Na kwa chama zote the government funding ile ya the government funding ya political parties, ODM ndio upata 2.8 billion. So you know, these are the things that people should understand. Baba is not there just because of it. Baba want to see things right, but the current government regime we have, they are not there to make things right. They are there to show off that we can be here. Na hakuna
My
kitu
brother Kinyua, my brother Kinyua, let me read a bit what this the chief hustler wants today. I don't know if you're going to allow we read this.
Yeah, it's okay.
Number one, he has got a Centrim 680 hotel estimated at 3.1 billion. 680 hotel is located in center of Nairobi, 5 minutes walk from Kenyatta International Conference Center. Similarly, he has got number two, he has got Western Hotel in Nairobi, estimated to be worth 2.6 billion. It's a 4-star hotel. It has got 120 rooms situated opposite the Wilson Airport in Nairobi City County, Nairobi, Kenya. Oteta Enterprises Limited valued at 2.5 billion as well. That is number three. Number four, residential property along Jogoo Road, Nairobi, valued at 1.6 billion. Number five, Uasin Gishu Homestead that has an airstrip and a man-made lake in the compound, valued at 1.3 billion. Number 6, the Oseng Property Limited, valued at 1 billion. Number 7, Amaco Insurance, where he is the top shareholder, with approximately 1 billion Kenya shillings. Further, we have got number 8. He runs a poultry business hub at his Turbo Home, Wasin Gishu County, valued at 830 million. That is the only million that I've read so far. We started this. We are at number 9, MediaMax Network and K24 TV station, where is the top most shareholder in 2022. He is a shareholder at 87%. Top shareholder at 87%. They have not indicated the amount that he's getting from that Dolphin Hotel in Mombasa. You remember this Dolphin Hotel had some stories some past days. Some journalists were like, kabisa. Iko pale Indian Ocean. It's 600 million. Rongai Flats. Ruto own or sell flats in Rongai valued at 500 million. His current home is estimated to be 500 million. Finally, he owns 5 choppers worth 1.3 billion. Sasa
Huyo ni hustler.
huyo ni hustler.
Mm.
Huh?
Huyo ni hustler. Na kuna kitu moja nitakwambia. I just I want you to give me, since Ruto was in college, university, has he ever been employed anywhere?
No.
He was just picked by Moi, and
that is how it was. Actually, was picked by Moi when he was still in university.
okay, just a minute, Santana, please. You follow the link, then accept. Make sure the StreamYard controls your camera and your audio. Make sure StreamYard controls your camera and your audio. You just click to the link and follow the instruction. It will direct you on how to join. You just click the link. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. It will give you directions on how to join. You click the link, open a page on StreamYard. You'll find somewhere a little click here. You click, it will load. It will direct you to enter the studio. Thank you.
My brother Kinyua, I have that before me. I don't know if I can bring it forth or.
Yeah, you can.
Ruto attended Kerotet Primary School for his elementary education procedure. Wareng Secondary, then later Kapsabet Boys High School Secondary. First primary secondary, Ruto headed to the University of Nairobi, where he bagged the bachelor degree in Botany and Zilo in 1990 before going further to bag a master and doctorate from the same university in 2011 and 2018 respectively. During the university days, Ruto works as a teacher in the North Rift region of Kenya, where he was also the leader of the local Africa Inland Church Choir, but first met President Daniel Moi through his church leadership work as University of Nairobi. Was fully introduced to Kenya politics during 1992 general election, where he served as the treasurer of UYK92, a campaign group for the election of Moi. Ruto played a vital role during the period and learned nitty-gritty through process. In 1998, he was elected into parliament before heading to serve as the country minister for Home Affairs in 2002, a position which he occupied for 5 months. In January 2006, Ruto declared his desire to run for presidency in 2007 Kenya's general election, according to the reports. Some of his colleagues, notable former President Moi, reacted negatively to this, but when Kibaki formed the cabinet 2008 after winning the election and continued, this guy has never worked anywhere, according to what I'm reading here. Nowhere at all. Apart from being a teacher.
Yeah, share the link again for Santana to try and join. Eh?
Oh, let me just do that straight away. There's this thing that we need to understand. There is nothing like chief whatever, how do you call it? Chief hustler. A hustler that is over 50 billion worth. What is hustling in him? My sister Santana, we have shared the link. It's on the comment section. You can use that in joining. My brother Kinywa, what I can tell you for a fact is that the country that we are having tonight is a country that has gone to the dogs. If someone thinks that it's when we want to go to the ICU, we are in ICU today. That is where we are. And it's easy, it's not easy for us to come out of ICU so soon. Yeah? Because, you know, Kenyans are very, very sane. Kenyans are those people that decide to just be there. Our sister Santana, it's going to be much more easy. Just click on the link. It will ask you to download the browser if your phone doesn't have it. And if you already have it, it's going to ask you to pair your camera and your audio so that it can be much more easy for you to get it through. It's just as easy, as simple as that. Then you will be joining it. It's much more easy for you to join. This is the best platform that we have right now, and it's doing wonders. It's different to the one that we used to have, because then we never used to have this opportunity. But right now we have serious opportunity. You can host more than 410. Azimio kuchu Alex, kwani bado naabudu Azimio? Oh, my sister Immaculate, you can equally you can use that link in joining this conversation so that we can get you on the panel, and we would love to listen to you. You know, at some point you just try and graduate. You graduate from writing using the comment section. You come, you converse with us. We get to understand what your government has done so far that will make anybody happy. If I'm not wrong, my brother. So my brother Eric, my finding is that this guy has never worked anywhere, and is worth more than 50 billion, and is the chairman of Hustlers.
Do you know, there is the time I said this, eh? I said I don't hate Ruto. What I don't like, it's the way he does his things. Is the behaviors. Because Ruto is a person who will just, it's a person who can kill your wife, and come and mourn with you, and even contribute for the burial. You understand? He's such a person. So that's only the hypocrites that this guy has is too high. That's why I don't like the way he does things. That's why I don't like what he does things. If he can do things better, it's a good man. If he can change, and you know, if you normally earn your living through thuggery, you can never change, because that's the way you normally earn your living.
You're right.
So to change, it's very hard. It's a difficult task. So I think a market should understand we are in this country, we are Kenyans, and in case of any burden, it will in both of us who voted Azimio, who voted William Ruto. The burden will just come to us. There is no day Immaculate will go to the shop in Wasingishu and say I voted for Ruto, and you get the cooking oil at 150 while others are getting at 400. No, you need to work your hand up town and you earn your living. But as you do that, you need to understand and make sure that the government that is there doesn't take you for granted. When I say taking someone for granted, is that they don't even bother about you the moment they got there, what they wanted from. And you, as a voter, Immaculate, you are not supposed to sit back and say, the government doesn't bring me food. No, 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 no. If you say that, you are wrong. It gives them chance to oppress you. So you need to work hand on hand with it. Otherwise, if you say hawatakuletea unga kwa meza, wanaweza fanya upate hiyo unga na shida mingi sana. Hawataleta, lakini wanaweza, the same government can make you to get that unga with a lot of problem, or the same government make you to get that unga in the easiest way. So you are the one to choose. You want them to make you get the unga in the easiest way, or to get the same unga in the hardest way. The unga might not go drop, the unga might be cost 300 shillings, but the environment that the government gives you to afford that 300, it's very easy.
Yes.
The unga might go to 100 shillings, but the environment government gives you to get even that 100 shillings, my friend, you are going to work hard and sweat for that and suffer. So you suffer, then you buy unga at 50 bob, or you want not to suffer and buy unga at 200 shillings. What would you prefer? A wise person will say, I don't want to suffer. Let me just buy unga at 200 shillings, but without suffering to get that 200, rather than to get 100 bob while suffering. So I think Kenyans should understand that, so that
And
they should not,
yeah, and you know,
they should
my
not
brother,
cry.
you should add this on top of what you have said, that we need a mechanism in this country, a mechanism that will give us opportunity to conduct, to have an inducive environment to do business and to work. For example, you are the one who the other day, and on the very same platform, you are saying that we have our brothers from the West Africa who are doing business somewhere, and about 5 of them that are doing business, but without documentation. But you know, they're pretty well doing business. Now, why is it that we are having foreigners doing business without documentation? And our Kenyan brothers and sisters can't do the very same? Because immediately you start doing your business, kanjo yuko na wewe, polisi yuko na wewe, na kila mtu, including KEBS, each and every institution. What is happening that those other people can't be arrested? Now, here comes a question, and here begs a question, a very simple question, Rob. Do we have that environment of working? Do we have that environment of doing business? If rates are being taken up there, rates are skyrocketing, percentages are being worked, instead of percentage coming down, percentage are going up. You ask yourself a very simple question, Rob. Are we in the best country that can allow, are we in the country that can allow us have the businesses? At least someone today will start a business and prosper. Can this country allow someone today to just sit down in the cyber, do his CV, then kesho aanze kutembea naye anatafuta kazi mpaka apate? Utapata hiyo kazi wapi? So what I think that our brothers from Kenya Kwanza should be sitting down and thinking is that, how can we start by having the job opportunity? How can we have the environment that will enable us to at least be in a position of doing business. And up to that point, until that day we'll be ready to have that discussion, is when we will be in a position of now sharing with the people. You know, mimi ingekuwa ni Azimio, ndugu yangu Azimio ati ndio iko kwa power na hizi upuzi zinaanza kufanyika, bado ningekuwa hapa, ningekuwa nasema pana, this is not what we promised, and what we promised was 1, 2, 3. But what is happening to my brothers from Kenya Kwanza? The only best thing that they know is that Ruto is president according to them, and nothing more. And now that, again, it begs another question. You are happy that Ruto is the president. You ask yourself, how did he become the president? Through which ways? Through which means? Then they're the very same people that are telling us and urging us that, you know, let's accord him the respect. Ndugu yangu, kuna kitu itakuwa ngumu hapa mbele. Pole.
You know, to me, I'm very much okay when things unfold. Unajua kunanga cha kushinda hapo, watu wakisema sijui nini, sijui nini. Unajua, even if it's Baba president right now, and I see him do contrary to what we are expecting, hey, I could be the first person to raise hands and say, no, this is not going well. This is not what is supposed to be done. You know, nobody, and I'll keep on saying this. I'm sure nobody voted for Ruto because Ruto is his friend. You understand? Nobody. Hakuna mtu alichagua Ruto ati juu Ruto ni rafiki yake. The same as nobody voted for Baba because Baba is your friend. So you didn't vote for Ruto to suffer. You voted him for the leadership. You needed leadership and accountability. Why do you vote for someone to suffer? Would you vote for someone to suffer? No. So let us not put this narrative of sisi ni watu wa Kenya Kwanza, ati Ruto ameshinda, yeye ndio president, sasa sisi tumetulia. Mmetulia, and when it's time to suffer, the same person will make you suffer. Utatulia kweli juu ulimchagua na unasafa, utatulia? Hautatulia, you will just make noise. And this thing will appear behind the Baba or anybody. This will happen the same way. So we really need to work hard on one thing. We check on the government and make sure that they deliver. Let us not accept to suffer because we voted for someone. You understand? We don't have to suffer because we voted for someone. What we need is the government to do the right thing. The right thing. Welcome so much, Madam Diana. Ya, karibu sana. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Yeah, karibu sana. Karibu kwa discussion. We are just discussing about how things are going on. You know,
Yeah.
we need to check on this government, and we are together in it, whether good or bad. So karibu sana. I can give you a chance to say hi and say something.
Okay. For me, in fact, everybody has said what I would have said, that the government does not reflect what the manifesto they were trying to put across the country, you see? Because when you tell us that the government will be composed of Mama Mboga and the border guys, already that is a failure. You have not delivered, you see? I expected to see more of border guys there and maybe some Mama Mboga.
So this is the same thing, the cycle is repeating itself. The old thing, like the old stuff. People maybe who don't even have the academic papers, you see, their academics are in wanting. But all the same, it is their government. We have nothing to say. We just sit and watch and see how they're gonna deliver it. Otherwise, for me, it's a sit and watch game. When we see, like they said, 100 days, we give them 100 days so that we see what they deliver. But you know, first impression matters. In the first few days, I don't know whether how old are they? 3 weeks or 1 month? I don't know.
No,
It's
it's I
like,
think almost 3 weeks now.
yeah, in those 3 weeks we have seen nothing, because as in, like, they are just criticizing the previous people, like Uhuru did this, Uhuru did that. And I think they were saying Uhuru malize yake ya kwende, and he kwenda alienda. So, like, there was I think there was yesterday there was a speech by His Excellency the President about, he was talking about Uhuru. I didn't do what, didn't do that, didn't do this. So I'm like, why is he lamenting? And he already has the government with him. So instead of lamenting and like pinpointing and calling names, it's you go back to the drawing board and start working and show us that you really meant that you're gonna give us something within the next 100 days. Because when you start saying, oh, the coffers are empty, oh, it's 93 million, oh, I don't know, it's 93, oh, I don't know what, this and that, you're not helping us. Because, whoever voted for you and us, now we are in the same basket. We are waiting for you to deliver. So when you start playing games or like naming names, like it's this, they did this, Asimio did this, Raila and Uhuru made this, no, we don't want to know mistakes now. That is a bygone, and it's a bygone. So we want to see them in action. So it's only 3 weeks and I don't see much. I just see naming names, blame games, which will not help. So we pray that at least we see what they're gonna do. And for the cabinet, I don't know the criteria, but it's one thing. Because like the education sector, I don't know, Mr. Machogu or what. I don't know him, but is he qualified for the portfolio? Is he qualified for that? It's a wait and see game. Okay, for the others, anyway, there are many, because almost everybody doesn't have what it takes to hold that portfolio or that CS post. So it's a wait and see game. For us, it's a wait and see. And as we said, maybe there will be no opposition in this government, so we will not be putting them on check. Let them run on themselves and see what they can do. So I think we just sit and watch and see what they are going to do. But I don't see much. You know, we normally say first impression matters. First impression matters. But now their first impression is name calling, like blame games, which will not help in this case. Are we together?
But
for us,
Madam.
For me as an Asimio, I'm not changing my mind. I'm still in, and nothing can change my mind. I cannot change. So we are sitting and waiting to see what they're gonna deliver in those 100 days, of which everything has the prices of everything has skyrocketed. Everything is up. So I don't know how it's gonna somersault and bring it down, bring the prices down. I don't know. And again, I don't know when I read it right. There's a everybody should like contribute 2,000. I don't know I don't know whether it is NSSF or what. I didn't understand that. I don't know, because I thought we were promised so many things like free Wi-Fi, Unga to go down. I don't know, to 70. Fuel down, everything down, cost of living down. I think they were giving us free credit, and this and that and that. So, and when now you tell me that things are going up, is that realistic, really? Is it
You know,
realistic, Eric?
you know, it's not realistic because you can see like the CBK rates on our topic down on the bottom of the screen. The CBK just raised the interest rate higher from 7.5 to 8.25. And so if people are waiting things to go down, I don't think, because in Kenya most of people operate with loans. Most of big business people operate with loans. And if the lending rate it's a bit high, everything will shoot. So I don't think so on that, whether things gonna be easy anytime soon. And also Madam Diana, you can check on Ruto today. It's yesterday and in the parliament said that he kept on the previous government.
Yeah.
He's still in campaign mode. Let me say so.
That's the problem now. That is where the problem comes.
He's still in campaign mode
Because I think the campaigns are over.
Yeah.
Now this sitting, going back to the drawing board and see, I promise these people this. Am I going to deliver this? Because now if you start name calling and saying Uhuru this, Uhuru that, Raila this, Raila that, it will not help anyway. It will, because like now Uhuru went and he's quiet. He's never talked, you see? Raila is there. He's not, maybe he's talking or maybe he's not talking. I don't know, but they are quiet. They are out of the picture. And when somebody is out of the picture, you take charge, you are in charge. So you show us that you can do it. Because now when you give me something and I start blaming the other person, it seems that I'm not equal to the task. You see? You hear?
Those are the problems, because now just look at the budget 2022-2023. Ruto decided to expunge 300 billion, and already the budget had been planned for. I'm really wondering how will it work, because it was already a budget planned for, and the money distributed. Actually, the remaining amount of money was to fund the remaining part of it. So I'm really asking, is it okay to do that, or it should wait for the 2023-2024 budget to work on that one, to leave this one to finish their work? What's your take?
Okay, if it was me, I would go with the current one before I rush to the next one. You see? He should use the current budget which was in place. If it was me. But you never know, maybe the way he's putting it is gonna fix it. We don't know. Maybe he's using a new formula which might work for him. We don't know. Time is yet to time will tell.
Already 1 month is almost done.
And 100 days are very few. Do you know that?
It just only remaining 60 days.
I'm telling you, 100 days are only it's like 2 months now, or almost now. 30 days are gone. It's 60 days to come, because it's a month and some few days. You see? A month and 3 months and 10 days. That is 100 days. It's very few anyway. So 1 month is already down, and we are still calling Uhuru that, Uhuru this, Raila that. So for me, if I was them, I would just go back to work and not even talk to anybody, and not even talk about anybody, because the government is in my hands. So what else do I have to say this, that? You see?
My sister Diana,
yes,
you have said that because it's like we are not in opposition, we should just let the government be so that they can do what they are doing currently, which is right. You are very right by saying that. The position is not anchored in the constitution today. But one thing that I want to talk about and say, most I want to stress on it, that or you ask me as a Ruto, I will not just sit back and watch. I know my brother Eric will not just sit back and watch. I believe and know that equally you will not just sit back and watch, because
It's
the reason why
painful
we
anyway.
watch it's because what these people have just started doing, it's like these people are all confused and they don't know what they're doing. Number one. Number two, it's like these people are not prepared to be sitting on these seats that equally they are sitting on. Anybody can remember that at initial point I said that it's high time Ruto and Gachagua should just sit down and have a serious meeting by themselves, then decide if they want to continue being seated in the seats where they're sitting today, or they want to resign. Because we will not have, right now, I believe and everybody knows that the campaign period has gone. We are no longer in the campaign period. So if anybody campaigned using propaganda, and right now it's the time that people should be working, we're still using the very same propaganda. If during the campaign time, people here and there, still we are still promising people. During the campaigns, we used to call people names. Uhuru, Raila, Uhuru, Raila. Right now, we are still calling these people names. Then
So
it's like, yes,
it
it's
seems
like
like
they don't. Yes.
it seems like it's an epidemic on them that they have. If they don't call those people, they'll not live to see another day.
But you know, it's their norm. These are people that have been living by calling people's names. They have lived and campaigns using propaganda. And if you go much more deeper, you will come to realize that these people never knew that even if they are given that opportunity to run the government, where they will start from. Because my brother Kiunye, you will agree with me that you see, what tells Ruto that Baba might want to join him, for him to start wherever he is, he will be mentioning and said that, you know, if Baba comes along, I will give him something. So means that Ruto lacks the credibility of running this government. And that's the reason why he keeps on mentioning Baba's name. Yes. So on my end, I will only say that the government of the day, is not up to task. I think these people should just resign very early in the morning so that the rightful people can take over the mantle. Furthermore, nobody elected them. Machineries and few individuals are the people that selected them, and that is a fact from my end.
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you because you can't put a country into another campaign mode, you see? It is the same thing that happened in 2017 to date, or 2013, because he was in campaign mode all throughout.
Yes, so true. So
now I don't know whether it's a thing he's used to being in the campaign mode throughout. I don't know. Because it seems it's something he's used to, so he can't stay without campaigning. And now I don't know he'll be campaigning against too, because I don't know, it beats logic. It's a wait and see game. It's interesting anyway. It's like a movie.
my brother Kinyo, I have a question. Do you think that we still need to have that 50 days evaluation? Because on my end, I believe we should just scrub the 50 days evaluation. We wait for the 100 days evaluation. What do you think?
Yeah, it's fine. You know, it's remaining 60 days for the 100 days to elapse. And one thing I keep on saying, and I always tell so that the audience can get it. The power that the plane get from the ground to airborne, it's the power that maintain it to destination.
The destination.
So the same time, the way you see this government has started messing up, don't expect anything else to happen. That's the same power.
Their takeoff was messy.
Yeah, they are set up for messing. So they will continue like that. And if you really want to
So the plane will be wobbling up to the destination.
up to the destination. And that's why they are trying to look for someone to blame as a turbulence.
But now
That's,
there's nobody. There will be nobody there.
yeah, they are looking for turbulence, and to get turbulences, for them to say that the plane is not stable because of this. That's why they are mentioning Uhuru's name everywhere they go, Papa's name everywhere they go. They're trying to use them like turbulence. Let me tell you, my brother, this thing, and I said this, I knew very well we have been messed the moment I saw Gachagua lift constitution upside down on a swearing date. Another
I
thing,
didn't see that. I didn't see because I didn't watch anyway. I didn't even want. I didn't watch because I am not party to it.
another thing, Ruto was given a constitution and he kept it aside. But once he was given a sword, he lifted the sword high for people to see. But the constitution, he just keep it aside.
Swept under the carpet.
From that day to the day, I knew we are not going to be guided by the rule of law in this country. And
No, I understand. Let me cut you short. I understand they're even undoing what was done by the previous government.
yes,
Like the Kenha roads, the contract was stopped. I don't know which road it's that. And then the dry port in Naivasha. So anyway, undoing what the previous government did, and you're part of the government. That's not only I don't know, but does not make any logic. It's not logical.
let me say this. No, the problem that whatever they have started, let us not expect them to change. And another mistake now, we are out from the swearing in now. Let's come to starting of executing the work now. The nominees, the people he nominated as cabinet secretaries, you have seen the type of the people he has just nominated. It shows you a good direction that, all those people are leaning on the political side. And all those people are politicians and they want to be in government next term. So most of the work they will be doing is to campaign for themselves than to deliver services to help the government to work. And let me tell you, Ruto will need the Azimio, will need opposition. The people they are calling opposition, you will need them. It won't go far, you will need them. Because things are going to turn against him, then he will understand, hey, things are not good. I really need this. So the same failures, whatever he has started, don't expect him to change. Don't expect him to change.
For now, maybe we should give them benefit of doubt and give them the 100 days they say, and we see what is happening.
We are doing so. Already we are doing so because
we just wait and see, because it's now almost 30 days down the drain without nothing to show. So remaining of that 60 plus another maybe 10, around 60, 65 or 70 days to go. That is 2 months and a few days. So it's a wait and see game. And
like now, Madam Diana, the previous government was doing the BRT from Kenyatta to Druka Sarani to Dika, I think Juja, and now the project it has stalled because there was amount that was supposed to be paid, and the current government has said no. And already we had spent our taxes in that project. Now, the more the project stall, the more our money is getting lost. Instead of that project should be completed and start giving Kenyan services. You understand?
What's the reason for stalling the project? What's the reason given?
They are doing that to punish the previous government.
The punishment is still continuing.
So they are punishing you and Raila.
Anyway, It's crazy anyway.
You know,
My brother Kinywa, where we have reached as a country before these two massacres took over, I want to state it that we were so much going well. And if a sober person could have taken over, because I will say that they're not sober, if a sober person could have taken over, this country could have been somewhere in the next coming 10 years, which has gone to drain. The more the dry land, the dry port land, the dry port has been stopped from Naivasha, Nairobi, the more a lot of roads, building of a lot of roads have been stopped, the more BTR is being stopped, the more we get to go into losses. Because you know what happens, we end up by having ghost projects, unfinished projects. Who could have benefited from these projects? Is we, the taxpayers? Is we, the voters? Is we, the Kenyan residents? But you know, this is one where you find someone celebrates that you know a road has been stopped in building, they stopped a road that was being built, the dry port is being stopped, it's being taken back. Now you ask yourself a very simple question. Who and whose money were part in building what has been stopped? You end up by not getting an answer from them. But because you understand and you take yourself back, you just make a step, one step back, and you start thinking nicely, having a self-meeting. Because if for example, Kolia can started doing that tonight, I will be asking myself a very simple question. If the projects that were supposed to benefit the taxpayers, you have decided to stop them, then should we say that you want to start your new projects? And up to what point do you want to start them? To which money? Because so far you have left our money, we'll be returning. You know, and I'm crying over this. My brother, a dry port in Naivasha. How many people had been employed in that project? So my brother Kenywa, you know, there's something that people are saying, but people doesn't understand. And I will continue saying this. I don't expect Mzee to be at the forefront of saying hapa imeharibika, hapa ni mbaya. But wacha sisi tuseme. Sisi. Sababu tukikaa tu tuseme ati hatutasema. My brother, these people will continue. Actually, and you can see these people are raping this country on a daylight. On a daylight. The worst part of it is that they're doing it without mincing, or they are not even afraid at all. They are not even apologetic at any given moment. I love this video. I don't know if you can allow. It's a 30-second video or 1-minute video. When Junet said that this guy was not prepared to talk to the country, you ask yourself a very simple question. Then if he was not prepared to come and talk to the country, why did he decide to go to parliament, the joint parliament? Let's listen to the video.
I have ever seen in parliament by the president. It has never happened. Looks like there were no serious issues to discuss with the Kenyan people. But more importantly, the president looked like somebody who's still in campaign mode, still campaigning, still talking about issues of hustlers, still talking about the issues of bottom-up in the judiciary, he's still talking about who was the opposition candidate and who was government candidate. Those are now things that are dead and buried. With the declaration of the results at Bomas, those things are behind Kenyans. The worst thing I've seen today is that the president is still issuing new promises. He had issued promises during the campaign. He had a plan and manifesto. Today he was issuing new promises that are very new to the Kenyan people. So I don't know, is it promises over promises over promises?
What is so new for you?
There are a lot of issues. Issues to deal with NSSF, the savings he's talking about. All those things should have been covered in his manifesto when he was campaigning. But more importantly also, he is cutting the current budget that we passed in April by 300 billion shillings. I hope when Treasury brings that supplementary budget to National Assembly, where I sit as the chief whip, I hope that they show us the items they're going to cut the budget from, because we want to know where that money is going to be cut. You know, cutting a budget is cutting like your flesh. So we want to see where that flesh, is it the arm, is it the leg, is it the back, is it the stomach? We want to know where the president.
My brother Kinyua, you have listened to what Junet was saying. And you know, however much I have a problem with Junet, but that is not the issue now. Immediately he has mentioned the truth, then I will have to concur with him. You ask yourself, where are we heading as a country? You know, I would love someone. I don't know how we can get hold of our brothers from Kenya Kwanza, even if it's today, kindly.
Let me tell you, Mr. Ogutu. You know, the Togege that were voted to go in the parliament to face the Azimio people, Togege will be in deep trouble. Azimio in the parliament, they have machineries, bright mind, people who can say something and give accountability of that, what they have done and said. The Togege, they were voted there just for numbers. And the Togeges from UDA who are voted in the parliament, they are going to get it rough from the Azimio people. Azimio, we have youth, and our youth in parliament are so learned. They are so learned. First thing, expect in parliament, Sudi will never say anything in parliament like before. He didn't say anything for the last 5 years in the parliament. Actually, I think he was not even in any committee. Because so I would like to know which committee Sudi was the previous government parliament. So the Togeges will have a lot of time, a lot of pressure in the current, because the Togege will be passing the bills that they don't understand the meaning of those bills, and that's what Ruto wanted. Ruto wanted to have Togeges so that even if he want a bill to pass, and that bill, it's for his interest. Togege will just pass the bill without even knowing what they are doing. But for the Azimio, we have lawyers, people who understand the law, people who know the constitution. Togege, they don't know. The Togege of UDA will have a hard time. Let me tell you the truth. And I'm saying that without fear. Togege will drink it hot in that. You know, in that parliament, we have like Akina Jarango, Akina Babuino, Akina Junet, and we have people who are fearless. The fearless one, we have them. And they are fearless, but they are educated, they are learned people. You know, it's good when you are fearless and you are learned than when you are fearless and you are not learned. Because some point we'll get into some point to do with the education, you just keep quiet. Because you will not manage to argue. Intellectual. When it comes into intellectual capacity, you keep quiet. But a fearless with the intellectual capacity, my friend, it's very dangerous. So the Togega will see dust. Just wait.
My brother Kinyua, Sudi the other day said that I don't know whom Sudi was talking to, but Sudi was talking to one person and telling that, you know, even right now I'm going for a Zoom meeting, and in the Zoom meeting I'm not only going to speak Kikale. I don't know if this is the video, or let me see if it's not, then I go search it much more. Listen to the video.
Kuongea Kiingereza. Ukitaka niongee Kiingereza lete mtu ya biashara. Bora ni zaidi ya 5,000,000. Utasikia ile Kiingereza mimi naongea. Unaongea Kiingereza bure, wewe ni wazimu. Kama wewe sasa niko naenda kufanya Zoom meeting, unafikiri nitaongea Kikalenjin? Usa sera bwana.
My brother, let me restart the video kindly so that you can listen to it. This is what your friend Sudi was telling some congregation, eh?
Unajua wengine wanasema ati unajua huyu Sudi hakusoma. Hajui kuongea Kiingereza. Ukitaka Kiingereza, ukitaka niongee Kiingereza lete mtu ya biashara. Bora ni zaidi ya 5 milioni. Utasikia ile Kiingereza mimi naongea. Unaongea Kiingereza kule wewe ni wazimu. Kama wewe unaongea Kiingereza kule wewe ni wazimu. Kama wewe sasa hivi niko naenda kufanya Zoom meeting unafikiri nitaongea Kikaleji? Usa sera bwana. Tafuta network. Kama network yako haifiki Nakuru, wewe kaa nyumbani. Kama haifiki.
My brother Kinyo, you have listened to Sudi, your friend. You know, we are in a country where we have people that have got problem, also that needs some assistance. You know, someone like Sudi needs to be taken to Madare, if I'm not wrong. Immediately is taken there, he will get assistance, and without that, we'll continue having this madness. Oh, my brother Kirui, one thing, and I think that this is going to be my closer remark. We are at a time and a point where a country has gone to the dogs. The country is in ICU. But since our people have not realized that, when our people will come to realize, it will be much more too late. And by then, the only thing that will be remaining for us is that people like me and you, and those that are with us in the very same journey, will ask our brothers from the other end to go back to their house, put their house in order, and apart from that, ask their master to tell them where the rain started beating them from. And I think with that, I will tell our new family members to kindly, wherever you are, thank you very much for being part and parcel to this broadcast, the program. We appreciate so much. Thank you for those that have supported the program by sharing, being part and parcel, and being part and parcel to the debate, also directly by contributing, be it on the comment section, and be it directly being on the platform, on the bench. Oh, remember, last thing, don't forget to pray for yourself, pray for your family, you pray for your neighbors. I would love that you pray for Kenya, pray for our leaders. Last but not least, pray for our Deputy President, Mama Martha Karua. Pray for our President, Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Remember to pray for my brother Eric, pray for me, pray for our platform. And last but not least, this is now the last one. Remember to invite your friends so that they can follow our page in Facebook as in stroke inawezekana for Raila the Fifth, and YouTube Azimio inawezekana Raila TV, and I believe that growth will be our own growth. Thank you, and let's have a lovely evening for those that are having evening, and for those that are sleeping, kuwa na usiku njema na usiku kufanana. Thank you very much, my brother Kilwi. Back to you. My brother Eric.
Thank you.
Eric,
Thank you.
sorry.
Thank you so much. I just have a few words. You know, we have said a lot. What I want people to understand, let's anybody not vote for the government for him to suffer. Vote for the government that will not make you suffer. So it's up to Kenyans. If they really want to suffer, it's their choice. If they really want not to suffer, still their choice. Another thing, government will not even a single day carry any burden. The burden is in the back of mwananchi. If government need money, they are not going to make money from heaven. They are going to get money from you, mwananchi. Then you have the right to pursue the government to do the right thing. Because it's not the government is doing, it's you are doing. Thank you so much, and see you today in the evening. Nashukuru sana.
Thank you very much, my brother. I think that we can call it tonight, and we'll meet today in the evening. We are trying to see on how we can start our conversations much more early by 9 on dot. And I believe that we'll manage. So thank you. Thank you wherever you are.